Recording in progress.
Hello, I'd like to welcome everybody to the February 12th, 2025 meeting of the Brookline School Committee. We are going to start, as we always do, with the consent agenda, and we're going to take 1A and 1B together. Anybody willing to move the consent agenda?
I will move them. The two items.
Great. Any discussion? Mariah did.
Oh, sorry, great.
Well, we'll go straight into a vote. So Bob, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Carolyn?
Yes.
Thank you, Andre. Sorry, Andy?
Yes.
Had to read there. Mariah?
Yes.
Suzanne?
Yes.
Donna? Yes. And I vote yes. I do have to inform you that Val and Jesse are not with us this evening.
And sorry, Sarah, I have a quick,
Go ahead.
because there's a lot of public here and probably watching. I might get a phone call that, I'm sorry, it's family business and I just have to take it. Might not, but if I leave, that's why. Apologies.
And we all noticed that Jesse Hafter, Dr. Jesse Hafter is with us, so sorry for my mistake. We are,
Did he hear you?
Jesse, can you hear us?
Yes, thank you.
Great, thank you. Would you like to vote on the consent agenda? Okay. Yeah, I think there's a delay. All right, so we are going to go right into why we're here today. The school committee will hold a public hearing on, sorry, I'm wrong, I'm reading the wrong thing. We're not doing the student report, unfortunately. Yeah, so there is no fatigue like the town that I work in had conferences this week, and so I'm not on top of my game. So here we go. We're going to pretend like we can do this. Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 71, Section 38N, requires a public hearing on the annual school budget. Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 76, Section 12B, requires a public hearing on school choice. The school choice law contained in the Education Reform Act of 1993 presumes that each school committee will admit non-resident students under the school choice program unless there is a vote to the contrary by June 1 of each year. Such a vote must follow the public hearings on the issue of whether or not to participate. This evening, we are combining the public hearing on school budget and school choice in addition to our regular period of public comment. The public hearings are an opportunity for the public to provide input on either topic. The school committee welcomes and will be listening very carefully to your comments, but as is our practice, we will not be responding to individual comments. The school committee plans to vote on the fiscal year 2027 proposed budget this evening after the public hearing and intends to vote on the school choice at the first school committee meeting after the May 5th, 2026 town election. I would like to inform the public, in addition, that the school committee has added a meeting to our schedule. We will meet on Thursday, February 26th at 6 p.m. here in Town Hall. One of the agenda items will be a presentation, discussion, and possible vote of the 9th grade social studies course, WISP. So I have a list of speakers, and if you,
So
and
I just realized I have slides, but there's also, I guess I need help from the team. Are we doing FAQ slides as well after, or am I just doing budget public hearing slides?
Do you mean before public comment?
Well, so we're new to this, we didn't realize. I'm gonna start with just public hearing slides. Okay, and then yes, I'm gonna go as quick as possible, yes. And so Betsy's gonna run them for me. Welcome, everyone. I'm Bella Wong, superintendent, and I just thought I would put some slides as a context for the public hearing. This first slide is just where we are right now. This is our budget number for the year. Coming into this year, there were reductions to staffing and also elimination of professional development, online tools, contracts, and supplies. The funding allocation for this year was $5,944,972 for 4.34% increase over the prior year. And then also to fund this year, we took 1.943064 million out of circuit breaker reserve fund. So in total, the money that we expended or is budgeted to be expended as an increase over the prior year allocation is $7,888,026. So this year represented a 5.7% increase over the prior year. This is just a review, this very quick, of the things that we did to prepare for FY27. We looked at all our lines, we looked at restructuring, reorganization, we also looked for possible revenue generation. We anticipated that this was going to be a challenging year for funding for FY27, and you can go on. So this all was reviewed in the prior meeting. You can go to next slide very quickly. We are looking to restore a few things, and then you can go on. And these are the things that we want to continue to invest in, such as the K-8 math curriculum renewal. Google, we want to launch a K-12 science and technology curriculum review, vision of a learner, that will be K-12, seal of a biliteracy, which is recognition of students that master language study, whether that's other than their home language. So for someone who is an English language learner, or someone who is English, yes, native English, and then has mastered French. So it's a recognition of mastery of a language other than the one that you grew up with, your native language. We want to expand to a couple of courses in career technology education, adding 2 classes, updating our safety plan for chemistry. We also need to continue to work on our curriculum articulation at the high school, part of a NEASC requirement, continue our work on world language, and then very importantly, we've talked a lot about our ELA curriculum development in the K-8 schools. The next. And then other adjustments and new liabilities for FY27. So this is a quick overview of what we went into more depth on February 5th. And then I want to just get into the heart of the frame for today. So our initial budget proposal, this is our initial budget proposal, is $150,898,826, and it represents an increase over this year of $8,106,235. We worked hard to get it from 12.8 million projected in November to this number that was presented last week in February. It represents a 5.68% over the current year. Next slide, please. These are, it does represent a net reduction of 19.7 FTEs in staffing. And I wanted to take this moment to say that, so in the face of a significant townwide financial deficit, which is what we are facing, it's the responsibility of district leadership to advocate, to ensure that our schools are not only just staffed well, but are equitable and sustainable across all schools for the foreseeable future. So we have to make sure that we're doing that for all our schools. From the newest to the most veteran, every staff member represents an investment of time and resources to ensure we have staff who are best prepared and of the highest quality to work with our students. Every staff person, every staff member we have holds value. No reduction is without loss. However, as part of addressing the structural deficit, we are tasked with conducting a holistic review of staffing and needs within and across our schools. We have committed to making these decisions with care and thoughtfulness, and the decisions we have made are with compassion for the individuals and the school communities directly impacted, accountability for the system at large, and responsible stewardship of the district's fiscal resources. Staffing decisions we have made are student-centered, equity-driven, and system-wide. Decisions are based on enrollment trends, service demands, and operational function. All reductions are position-level adjustments. We avoided looking at whole programs. The reductions that we determined are across all schools, impact different grade levels, are not concentrated in any one area. The individual impact is determined by contractual seniority, and the adjustments are considered when a school is below professional guidelines, experiencing sustained enrollment decline, or below district averages. And so this is something that we took a lot of care with, and it is not without meaning or significance. Next slide, please. And these are just the staffing changes by offices across admin and finance, student services, and the Office of Teaching and Learning. And the latter being the largest because that affects the classroom teachers, particularly in the K-5, but also in different sections, different places across the school district. Next slide, please. Thank you. So the possible funding shortfall scenarios, actually, we are still working on clarity on what that is going to be exactly. So these are the fiscal year budgets over a period of time. If you focus on, I don't think this is, all right, it's not the updated one. So I'm just going to focus on FY27, where, again, we are projecting initially a need for $150 million, $898,827, which represents an increase of $8.1 million, $6,000, $236 with an increase of 5.68%. At this time, the town has given a projected allocation of $1,740,706. And I say at this time because that number may change. It may go lower, it may go higher. All right, so this is our working number as of today. Assuming that's the allocation, then the gap is the number below, which is $6,365,530, even after the net reductions we've already proposed. So we are still facing a gap of a significant size. And again, the town allocation may go lower or it may get bigger. We are still seeking clarity on allocations for FY28 and FY29. As you know, what's being considered is a possible override question. The possible override question would cover funding projected for a multi-year, so FY27, 28, and 29. We're working closely with town administration to attain clarity on those numbers, and we're hoping for an update, unfortunately not in time for today, but hopefully an update by the end of the week, and then we'll be working on numbers over the break, and then be able to share updates after. We are projected for a meeting or scheduled for 2/26, so hopefully more clarity. And I know this is something that everyone is looking for, but these are the possible funding shortfall scenarios, and they're significant. If you look at the next chart, this is our projected growth for FY28 and FY29. So on the bottom right-hand corner, so again, you have our projection for FY27. And then for FY28 and FY29 at this time, we're looking at increases of 3.8% and 4.62%. The reason the percent increases go down is because we are carrying a structural deficit of about 1.9 million. The 1.9 million that I said for this year we took out of reserve funds is being carried forward into the budget for next year. and that's what is represented in that 8.1 million. If the budget for FY '27 is fully funded, the structural deficit gets resolved, and we no longer have to carry it forward, which is why the percent increases drop for FY '28 and FY '29. That assumes full funding of the FY '27 budget as proposed. The next slide just shows what a difference and an indication of the significant deficit that we're all facing townwide for the schools in all departments. Our revenue allocation historically has been over 6 million. And so as I said in the previous slide, the projected number is 1.7 million. It's a big difference from what we have received on average over the prior 3 years. And again, underscores the situation that we're in now. Next slide, please. These are, so again, these are the allocation numbers that we've, that are projected from the town. Again, 1,740,706. And so the other numbers are TBD at the moment. Next slide. I won't go into detail on this, but this shows, identifies our structural deficit of $1,943,064, how it was managed in the current year, and how we're carrying it forward in FY '27. Again, if it's fully funded, FY '27, the structural deficit will resolve. And then next slide, please. The uncertainties yet to resolve. So I do think our projected number will change. We have new information about Title II, Title III, Title IV grants. These are federal grants that we had assumed would not be funded in the next year. So we have new information about that, which may adjust our projection for next year. The resolution of the town allocation. The town is also negotiating GIC, which is the health insurance benefit for town employees, negotiating on what the premium might be for the next year. There's also new information about tuition expenses. There are several staff members that are anticipating possibly retiring at the end of this year, and they're waiting for Retirement Plus legislation to pass or not. So that may be, if it passes, that would also be a benefit to the budget. And then just uncertainties yet to resolve is the impact of a funding shortfall. And just the last is just where we are in the budget calendar. Obviously, we're having the budget hearing tonight. And the school committee is anticipated to vote on the initial budget, hopefully in full support of the budget that's been proposed, because there's a deadline to submit a budget to the town on February 15th. It doesn't mean the school committee won't vote on different versions of the budget from this time forward, and we'll continue to deliberate through March. And then town meeting vote will happen on the school budget in May, and the FY '27 budget begins on July 1. Made a mistake. Our next meeting is actually February 26th. We do have a meeting scheduled on the 5th and on the 19th. So that's just the context of the public hearing. I don't know what we're doing about the FAQs. So,
There's a budget section later on.
okay, so we can do the FAQs later. All right, thank you.
So I was a little eager before to get to the public comment, but that's a very helpful context to start with. So I will make sure to call out the next two names so that people know.
Sarah? Just so everyone's clear, the gap that you explained, Bella, of 6.6+ million is not the things that we're still considering. The cuts, the reductions that you've proposed are with the budget as we have it now. And we might have to make another, if we don't get the override or the full allocation, there might be additional significant reductions that are still to be made for next year and possibly out years. So I just think it's important for people to realize it's not like if they say, oh, please preserve this, there's some sort of wiggle room. Unfortunately, we are at a total of $8 million, and that was even with the cuts. So it's quite severe, the situation. It's not like these choices were made, the choices that you made were made just about on the edges. There's quite a large deficit that you're working with.
So thank you. And also to be clear, these are not, as I said, every staff member holds value. Every staff member holds value. But the initial budget being presented with the 8.1 million increase does embed in it almost 20 FTE reduction. But it's also a funding gap that's quite significant as we look forward. Thank you.
Sorry, Sarah, I just wanted to add that in.
No, it's all good. So we're going to be hearing from Catherine Walsh first and going on to Oz Patchchick afterwards.
Works just like this, so.
Okay. Do I just keep the papers here or? Thank you. Do I wait for them to start or? Okay. Hello, my name is Catherine Baines Walsh, and I am here to talk about 9th grade honors history. History is my favorite subject, and I love learning about it. One of the things I was most excited for at the start of high school was being able to take honors history classes with people who care about it just as much as I do. Unfortunately, history is the only core class in freshman year without any honors options. I don't understand why history has to be the only subject to not have any honors classes in 8th grade. History is one of, if not the most important school topic in this day and age. Studying history makes us more informed and can make us better citizens to both our nation and our world. Being able to learn about history is extremely important, so it can teach us other perspectives we might not have been able to learn about. We can learn about biases and how to craft arguments with primary and secondary sources. These are very important skills we will need in life. Honors 9th grade history would keep students who are passionate about the subject fully engaged and motivated. In an unleveled classroom, teachers are working with students who have a very wide range of skills and needs. Students who struggle with history will naturally have many questions, and they deserve the time and support from their teachers that they need to succeed. When an unleveled class is the only option available, however, when these teachers have less time to also challenge students who are ready for deeper discussions, more complex sources, and multiple perspectives on historical events. Without an honors option, students who are highly motivated end up waiting rather than learning. An honors history option would allow 9th grade teachers to better meet everyone's needs by giving passionate students a space to go deeper while still fully supporting those who need more guidance in the standard classes. I know that each 8th grader has different academic strengths and weaknesses, and some kids excel in STEM while others excel in humanities. If the kids who excel in STEM and English are given the opportunity to challenge themselves, then why shouldn't the kids who excel in history be given the same opportunities as well? I ask you to please reinstate 9th grade honors history so kids like me are able to stay engaged, challenged, excited about learning the same way kids in other classes already are. I have a petition for multiple students and teachers across the middle school, and I can give it to you afterwards, so just thank you.
Thank you. After Oz, we'll be hearing from Brady McLean.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Ozzy. I'm in 8th grade and I'm going to be entering high school next year. I'm here to address a decision that was taken in 2019 to unlevel social studies for the freshman year. I'm not here to discuss the reason you did so. That's water under the bridge. But my concern is that the opportunity may not be available for me and the roughly 500 other students who will be entering 9th grade next year. For as long as I can remember, I've been fascinated by history and social studies. I stared at maps and devoured countless historical fiction books, looking forward to high school, where I was certain that these interests would be supported. However, now that I'm only a few short months away from high school, I realize that this might not be the case. Throughout the years, my parents have done everything they could to support my interest, enrolling me in extracurricular social studies classes, and even making the hard financial decision after the pandemic to pull me out of the public school system for a private school that we hoped would have a more rigorous social studies program. And we were right. While I was there, I had a truly transformative experience like you see in movies, where I was able to fully connect with the teacher and look forward to social studies class every day. I learned so much history with him, and for the first time, I had a social studies teacher who intrigued me and captivated me, instead of repeatedly teaching me the same things about the Pilgrims and the Mayflower year after year. I'm now back at Driscoll, and I participate in something called Quiz Bowl. Quiz Bowl is a competitive academic activity where my teammates and I travel around the country competing against other schools to answer rigorous questions on topics including history, geography, and literature, to name a few. When we encounter extremely skilled teams from other schools in other states, or even in other communities in Massachusetts, there's one thing they have in common, and that is the fact that they have a strong focus on academic challenge and enrichment in both high school and middle school. We, on the other hand, have to work twice as hard to get better, trying to find time to practice during recess at school, fitting it in between extracurriculars, and even staying up past our bedtime to practice. We already lack an opportunity for rigorous learning in middle school, and now this is something that's also being taken away in high school. Why is it fair that students who are passionate about math have the opportunity to take 3 different levels upon entering high school, while students like me who are passionate about history, geography, and social studies have to continuously be held back from participating in a higher level of learning? I and the many other like-minded 8th grade students urge you, bring leveling back on the agenda before it's too late for us. It must be understood that social studies is crucial for us to be successful citizens, informed voters, and thoughtful decision makers. We're the next generation of leaders. Don't take away our opportunity to be educated ones. Thank you.
Thank you. After Brady, we'll hear from Sarah Chosner. So next, Brady McLean.
Hello, my name is Brady McLean, and I'm also here to talk about WISP. I'm a Driscoll 8th grader, and I feel passionate about maintaining rigor in my studies. Last year, I moved to Brookline from Silicon Valley, where I took advanced math in 6th grade. When I moved to Massachusetts, I learned that Brookline did not offer leveled math classes in middle school. This meant, in 7th grade, I'd repeat everything I learned the year before. Even now, as an 8th grader, I am still repeating topics and skills I learned in 6th grade. When I say I repeated 7th grade math, I mean I was forced to do the exact same lessons with the same Desmos learning software. Before the move, I was very passionate about math. I love to be challenged. But now, after repeating these basic math skills over and over, my vigor has weakened. Dr. Sarium puts it perfectly. Challenging tasks spur the production of myelium, a substance that increases strength of brain signals. Unleveled subjects, including social studies, removes that challenge. Kids who are fervent about social studies lose their spark. But this is not the worst of all. Unleveling casts down the communities who face it. Instead of holding every student to the mean, we should let students become outliers, set the curve, and reach their full potential. I have high hopes of achieving illustrious things. My dream is to matriculate into an amazing university. This goal is already hard enough as it is, but without level classes, this would be harder. Not only do advanced classes teach you important things, and colleges look favorably on having them in your high school schedule, they also create a strong learning environment. Rooms filled with peers who are also eager to learn new things and to be challenged, ask more important questions, and disrupt class less. Teachers also benefit from this system due to them preferring to teach harder classes with more eager students, causing them to contribute to an enhanced learning environment. In closing, I and many other students believe you should bring back leveled social studies. We students want to reach our full potential, and we want your help, need your help to achieve this.
Thank you. After Sarah, it's Hannah Goldberg. So Sarah Chosner next.
Hi, thank you. I want to start by thanking Superintendent Wong and your team for the incredibly thorough and thoughtful work on the budget. Only 9 months, less than 9 months into your tenure. Thank you. And I want to echo the thanks to the school committee for your selfless service week after week and year after year. I wanted to address two unrelated things that came up in last week's school committee meeting. The first is about the work of the Futures Committee and how that connects to the budget. Last week, in the discussion of the options for restructuring, I heard multiple school committee members use really tentative language. I heard at some point in the future and begin to consider and not a lot of detail and nothing determinative and explore a conversation and very long term. And I can totally understand the reluctance to explore structural changes. For example, the discussion of moving away from a K-8. I love our community school and the fact that we can walk to it. So I understand the reluctance. I don't want to lose that either. But what I hear in the reluctance is basically looking away from the structural budget problem and a commitment to continuing to make year after year cuts until the state changes Prop 2.5 or until we do constant overrides. And to me, that's actually much more concerning than a commitment to seriously looking at all the options. I worry that the status quo is going to be death by 1,000 cuts and doing this year over year. And to me, that's worse than the discomfort of seriously looking at other options, no matter how unappealing they might be. So as a member of the public and a parent, my request would be a serious, urgent, deep analysis of the potential structural changes before we lose too much with the year-over-year cuts. The second thing I wanted to raise is about WISP. I'm thrilled to hear that it's on the agenda in 2 weeks. I urge that discussion to be data-based. I think if we want to remain one of the best school districts in the state, we have to use data to drive decision-making, and it has to be data about student outcomes, whether that's academic or social, emotional, whatever the goal is of a course. Myself and members of the public asked for data to be looked at 16 months ago, which is almost a year and a half. And I think not bringing data to bear for 16 months, I don't think that can be put on one person's medical leave timing. So when there's a repeated request for data, and it even aligns with a PSB school policy that specifically says we should have evaluation committees formed for new programs, and then that data isn't brought, I think that actually is in opposition to our strategic plan goal 1, which says increase achievement for students by establishing, implementing, and regularly assessing a standards-based curriculum. So my request is that in 2 weeks, when the discussion comes up, that it really includes data and student outcomes data, so that our decisions about programming in schools is data-driven. Thank you.
After we hear from Hannah, it will be Marissa Sloan. So Hannah Goldberg.
Good evening. My name is Hannah Goldberg. I am the 3rd to 5th grade guidance counselor at Driscoll. Last week I sent you a letter, and tonight I'm here to continue to implore you to reject the proposed reduction of a guidance counselor position. I don't envy the position you are in to close this budget gap, but when it comes time for your vote, I urge you to think about our students. Since 2020, we have been living through a youth mental health crisis. Our students are facing severe mental health challenges such as depression, anxiety, eating disorders, trauma, school refusal, and the list continues. With our clinical team, we are stretched thin, but we can manage our students' needs, and together, we do that well. Since we have been able to deliver Tier 1 and Tier 2 social emotional support to all of our students, we have seen a reduction in students requiring Tier 3 intensive social emotional services or crisis intervention. But when a student is in crisis, at risk for self-harm or harm of others, we have the capacity to effectively intervene. Because our team is appropriately staffed, we are able to deliver universal prevention, targeted supports, and crisis support at the same time. Reducing a guidance counselor would completely flip our model of support upside down. It would mean splitting our approximately 530 K-8 students and growing between 2 remaining guidance counselors. When more sections are added to accommodate our growing school, this number will continue to rise significantly more. The American School Counselor Association recommends a maximum ratio of 250 students per school counselor. I personally think that is far too many, but if we were down to 2 guidance counselors, we would already exceed that ratio. Our focus will be taken from delivering preventative and other vital proactive support services to having to manage our students' safety. We won't be available to students who need someone to talk to or need help working through a conflict, because we will be fully occupied trying to keep everyone safe when a student becomes dysregulated. Students also cannot learn in this type of environment. And students shouldn't have to go into crisis to get our attention, but this would be our reality. This is not about making our jobs more difficult. This is about having the capacity to keep our students safe and able to learn. I also want to emphasize, Driscoll would not function as it does without Jackie Levine, our middle school counselor. Sorry. The work she does cannot be replicated or absorbed without significant loss to our students and staff. If the district's goal is to retain high-quality educators who are committed to academic excellence and supporting the whole child, this decision would have the opposite effect. So when the time comes to vote, I urge you to think of our students. They deserve more, not less. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Marissa Sloan. This is my 9th year as a school psychologist in Brookline and my 4th year at Driscoll. I'm also a resident and the parent of a 3rd grader at Runkle and prospective kindergartner. I'm speaking tonight to ask you to reject the proposed counselor cut at Driscoll. With my ask, I won't pretend that I know the ins and outs of balancing a school budget year after year, but I recognize that it is complicated work and takes hours of deliberation and careful consideration. Please know that the work of school clinical teams is similar in this sense. To someone on the outside, it is hard to recognize how much time and effort is required to support our students each day. I ask that you listen to the middle school students of Driscoll, to the families, and to the educators when they tell you the devastating impact this proposed cut will have on our community. As a school psychologist, most of my time is expected to be filled with evaluations and meetings, but I feel privileged to work in a district that prioritizes student mental health and that I'm also able to provide social emotional support to students each day. On my end, the support looks like scheduled groups, individual counseling sessions, and teacher consultation. In addition to this, my team members and I all carry a walkie throughout the day. This is not because we are sitting on call doing nothing, but because we are on call for student support while simultaneously attending to all the other responsibilities of our jobs. For some students, this support means help transition to the classroom in the morning. For some, it means a 3 to 4 person response to maintain a student's safety and dignity when they are experiencing dysregulation. Other times it is multiple staff following a child who has run out of the building. Sometimes student support can mean risk assessments, which is what we do when students present with suicidal ideation or threaten to harm others. This requires at least 2, but sometimes as many as 4 staff, as in addition to determining a student's safety risk, we need to consult with administrators, alert caregivers, and sit with the student in that moment to ensure safety. We do not have personnel to lose. Earlier this week, one staff member literally had to leave a call they were responding to go respond to another call that required multiple staff to ensure student safety. Cutting a counselor means cutting student support in every way. Last week, you heard Carrie Hibbard, and you just heard Hannah Goldberg describe how Tier 1 intervention classroom lessons will disappear at our school. This is the preventative work that, again, Matt Dubois just won an award for. Fewer support staff also means that support left over for students in, approaching, or recovering from crisis will be impacted as well. This is happening while our school is growing. In fact, we have 9 students have registered in the 2 weeks since this cut was first proposed. An additional section has been proposed for one of our grades. We also house 2 district-wide programs, and I know that this is not next year, the following, but those will be available to out-of-district students as well. I would be remiss if I did not close without mentioning that the loss of this particular staff member would be devastating to our school community. Our middle schoolers that spoke last week did a far better job than I ever could of explaining why Jackie Levine is critical to our community, and I would urge you to go back and listen to their courageous speeches as you deliberate. While it may sound like I am advocating for my team right now, at the end of the day, I am advocating for accessible mental health support and services for all of our Driscoll students.
Thank you. Marlene Goncalves.
Hi, my name is Marlene Gonzalez. I teach 7th grade ELA at Pierce. I started with old Pierce, right, where so many of our classrooms didn't have walls, where once I witnessed a very suspicious, drop of liquid fall from Unit A into a colleague's mouth as she was speaking, where we had to take over town hall a few times because our classrooms were above 90 degrees, where it wasn't ADA compliant, right, and that there were rats the size of dogs who were never afraid of humans. Now we're at Fisher Hill. We've got 1 adult bathroom. Our library is nooks in a hallway. They're killer bees that plague us. And I'm not kidding. They're like huge bees. But we make it work, right? Because a school isn't a building. A school is its staff. And Pierce staff make it work and make it work well. We improvise, we adapt, and we overcome. Yearly, we scramble and figure out ways to make things as normal and functional as possible for our kids. We come here and explain what's actually happening in our buildings. We try to keep our morale up and we try to support each other because every year things get so much harder. And now, this proposed budget where you speak of finding even more efficiencies, that is a gut punch to us in so many ways. But the one I'm going to highlight today is Sandy Sicard, Pierce's educational technology specialist. When people have issues with anything that has a cord or batteries or just is shiny, Sandy is our first call. always. When a kid does something to a Chromebook, and I feel like most of you have middle schoolers, you know how they are, it is Sandy who fixes it. When we are testing digitally up to 10 times a year between MCAS and STAR, and there's a problem, Sandy is the one who fixes it. When you need someone to bounce an idea off of, there is Sandy. At 8:15, when you freak out because your kids were supposed to get on Gale, but we no longer subscribe to Gale, and you've got a lesson plan going on and you need vetted sources, and you burst into her office, she has alternatives for you within 5 minutes. That's all Sandy. And it's been so hard to deal with the fact that we only get her 2 days a week at Fisher Hill. And now it's being proposed that we share her with Lawrence. One person, 3 buildings across town, and we would only get her 1 out of every 5 days. And when you talk to Sandy, she's clear with what she's concerned about. She wants to make sure she's present to support all staff and students in all of her schools, not just in her role as an ETS, but also in her role as a member of the Pierce Equity Action Team, mentoring students and the Girls on the Run coach. Here's our concerns, though. Yet again, our kids will be put at a disadvantage compared to other kids. That you're abusing Sandy's devotion to Brookline and the fact that she is going to run herself ragged to make this work. That you're treating a veteran who has served for more than 20 years like a replaceable widget. Sorry. This is not a neutral staffing choice, right? This is a direct hit to teaching, learning, and equity. It will slow instruction, increase disruptions, and place additional strain on staff. We've been doing so much. We've been giving so much. What's left at this point? We care deeply about our students, our colleagues, and this district. Please show us that you care just as much about the district as we do. Thank you.
Thank you. Melissa London.
Good evening. My name is Melissa London, and I teach 5th grade at Pierce at Old Lincoln School. And I'm here tonight to highlight what the proposed budget cuts to the Ed Tech department will mean for all of us at Pierce School if Sandy Sicard, our Ed Tech specialist, has her position at Pierce reduced from 1.0 to 0.4. Sandy doesn't just dole out Chromebooks. She is a committed educator who aims to ensure a just educational experience for all students in creative ways. In fact, she is one of the finest educators that I have encountered in my nearly 30 years in the field. Currently, Sandy is at OLS 3 days a week and Fisher Hill for 2. If these cuts happen, Sandy will have only 1 day at each school, as Marley mentioned. The impact on instructional time will be enormous. You see, EdTech really isn't just about Chromebooks, but while we're on the topic, before school opened in September, Sandy prepped 588 of these for students, 20 more for paras, and 10 spares. Now, spare Chromebooks come in mighty handy during the numerous tech emergencies, between 5 and 17 per MCAS testing day, Sandy told me, each day, right, that she might have to handle. Not sure what this looks like next year across 3 buildings. I sure hope Scott Moore is ready to field some calls. Tech hardware is only one piece of Sandy's job. It's really the software side of what she does that I want to make sure everyone understands will be the biggest loss if these cuts are allowed to happen. Sandy visits 14 classrooms for regularly scheduled weekly instruction. Every student in grades 3, 4, and 5 receives 30 lessons over the course of a year in digital citizenship, cyberbullying, how to recognize clickbait and phishing scams. They come to understand the power of AI and develop healthy digital habits. These lessons help keep our students informed and safe, our students, your children. And these lessons are critically important in this day and age. And if Sandy can no longer teach these lessons because of her schedule due to your budget cuts, classroom teachers will have to teach the lessons. At the middle school and in the younger grades, Sandy collaborates with teachers to plan and carry out project-based lessons and units. Pierce teachers Dominique Herrard and Jenny Yu Malagudi want you to know that under Sandy's expert guidance during the coding project, students learn perseverance, empathy, and critical thinking skills. In science, they are transformed into acoustical engineers, applying math, science, technology, and engineering to solve problems related to sound. Sandy supports literacy instruction during the poetry unit where students type, record, and illustrate their own poems. She works closely with small groups during the culture project, guiding students through meaningful research using technology and supporting students to select content authentically highlighting their heritage. Susan Liebman reports that second grade students learned to type to be ready for third grade MCAS, and that Sandy was instrumental in troubleshooting how to help 2 students in Susan's class with limb differences to experience success with typing. Sandy also works hard to support special education students to utilize software and tools that help them achieve their individual academic learning goals. Sandy's commitment to equity extends beyond the classroom. As a member of the Pierce Equity Action Team, Sandy has helped lead professional development focused on equity, contributing to important conversations and growth among staff. She has also coached Girls on the Run at Pierce 2 days a week after school for over a decade. One of my students asked me if the program will continue if Ms. Sicard's position is cut. I told her I didn't know. We need Coach Sicard. The proposed budget cuts to the ETS program would be deeply felt across the entire public schools of Brookline, but will be devastating, particularly to our Pierce community of students and educators who benefit daily from Sandy Sicard's leadership, expertise, and care. I strongly urge you to reconsider this decision in light of the profound impact she has on our school. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll hear from Matt Durant next. Sorry, Matt Durant next.
Hi, I'm Matt Durant. I've taught at the Hayes School for 26 years as an education technology specialist. On Monday, our team started a petition to urge you, the school committee, to fully fund the ETS program. We sent this petition to our elementary and middle school colleagues and parents that we work closely with. At the time of printing, today at 4:30, we had 350 signatures. We're now at 359. This is an incredibly busy time, and we've received over 359 signatures over the last 3 days. I'll pass the petition out for you to take a look at as Jenny takes it from here.
I'm Jenny Murphy. I'm the educational technology teacher at Runkle. Thank you again for letting me speak. I am speaking tonight on behalf of Anne Marie Mazaki, who is our educational technology teacher at Driscoll. She couldn't come because she was crying too much. One aspect of the educational technology specialist position is collaborating with teachers to infuse technology into their lessons, either by supporting their ideas or sharing new possibilities and strategies for effective technology integration. This collaborative process is something I have come to deeply value over the past 11 and a half years that I have worked in Brookline. The Brookline Education Foundation has been a consistent supporter of this work throughout my time in Brookline. This work feeds my spirit because it excites teachers, engages students, and often brings shared joy as we watch students learn and showcase strengths that might otherwise go unnoticed. Recently, I was invited by Olivia Rael, an outstanding art teacher who always puts students first, to partner on an Idea Lab grant. We worked together and co-presented the idea. The BEF awarded us the grant. After setting up one of the laser cutters that we were awarded in her art room, Olivia described the students entering the space like bees to honey. I've been fortunate to witness this same excitement many times over the years, whether students are designing and 3D printing a model of a plant cell or programming BlueBots and watching their thinking become visible through movement. Just the other day, Olivia and I received an email from the Brookline Education Foundation inviting us to be one of the projects they feature in the BEF Spotlight video. My first reaction was excitement. I'm always grateful when others recognize the power of my collaboration and my technology integration in the service of students, and to be recognized by the BEF is truly an honor. At the same time, that excitement was tempered by deep sadness, knowing that the very work that is being celebrated is now labeled as an efficiency and proposed for elimination. What makes the educational technology position so effective is our ability to build and sustain relationships with teachers, students, and families. Please reconsider this proposed cut so we can continue to support innovation, curiosity, and the joy of learning within our school communities. Thanks.
Thank you. Sandra Sicard.
Hi, I'm Sandy Sicard. I'm the Educational Technology Specialist at Pierce School, and I've worked in Brookline for over 20 years. I'm here to share how profound the impact of the proposed ETS budget cut will be. I also want to acknowledge the kind words that my colleagues have said about me tonight, and to note that I don't work in a silo. My colleagues are amazing, both at Pierce School and across the ed tech department, the librarians and the educational technologies. So we succeed together because we work together so well. For the past 20 years, our positions across all schools have been stable despite other departments growing with increased enrollment. Our status has remained unchanged despite inventory increasing dramatically from one school computer lab to one-to-one Chromebooks, our expanding reliance on online administrative tools, the number of online assessments increasing each year, and the amount of curricula being delivered online growing steadily, so much that teachers can be paralyzed when their laptops or projectors are inoperable. Presently, I teach grades 3, 4, and 5 weekly, so about 30 lessons over the school year. These lessons include learning to type, digital citizenship, use of Google tools like Docs, Sheets, and Slides, MCAS software, digital literacy, and coding. I also teach kindergarten through 2nd grade and middle school on a project-based approach. If the budget cut proceeds as suggested, I will spend 2 days a week next year at Pierce and 3 at Lawrence. Since Pierce is under construction and split into 2 buildings, I will have just 1 day a week at each building. This presents an enormous obstacle to teaching and learning with technology, with an inequitable share of ETS at Pierce. Since I heard about the proposed cuts, I've been asking myself, what do I not teach next year? If I'm at OLS 1 day a week, I can teach about a grade and a half each week. Do I not teach students how to evaluate information they find online? Do I ignore essential coding skills? Will they be prepared for middle school science if I don't teach them how to use a spreadsheet to organize and analyze data? At what age do students need to understand bias in AI or how to express themselves using multimedia? Will 6th graders learn how to manage social media issues on their own? At what grade is it most important for students to be able to discern verifiable information from misinformation? In middle school, I push into classrooms for project-based learning and for digital literacy and citizenship lessons. Our 6th grade is having a work share tomorrow morning to share websites students have created, a collaboration between our social studies and English teachers and myself. Kids are excited and engaged in this project. Over 3 weeks, I taught students how to use our databases, search and authenticate websites, and publish their research on a website. Since we are in different buildings, I taught those lessons during the 2 days a week I'm at Fisher Hill. How will this project proceed next year if I spend just 1 day a week at the middle school? We've been told this cut is to create efficiencies. I'm curious how efficiency is improved when there will be 1 ETS to cover 24 testing days for MCAS in 3 buildings. Our middle school teacher has to troubleshoot her projector while teaching when it stops working right before she's supposed to show a video. A student's password is late and they're unable to change the password without assistance. Or a new student starts middle school and isn't issued a Chromebook for 4 days. I urge you to fully fund the ETS positions in all of our schools.
Thank you. Benji Ludwig, and after Carrie Hibbard.
Hi, my name is Benjamin Ludwig. I'm a junior, but I came to BHS just at the start of this year. During my first few days, even before I had all my classes set up, the librarian team at 115 Greeno was a team of support for me. I had a space where I could not only do my work, but also build a sense of belonging, which is kind of key when you join a new school. Despite a completely full schedule and multiple extracurriculars, I spent over 70 hours doing community service for BHS through the Student Library Advisory. It's a direct cause of the librarians being not only welcoming, but also pillars of BHS as a whole. My story is a far from unique one. My peers on SLA all have similar experiences, getting opportunities and support from the librarians, as well as the community they actively create in the library. During my time in the school, I've seen librarians happily help every student that has entered the space. The library is the support that many students default to because of the welcoming and truly beneficial environment created by each and every librarian. The impacts that the librarians have had is excellently shown in the group I'm representing today. The Student Library Advisory, or SLA, SLAY as it is colloquially called, is a group created last year to organize library events and meaningfully contribute to the community. Last year, SLA had 14 members, and this year we have 21 members, good increase. On top of gaining participants, we are also gaining influence in the school, running a higher quantity of more ambitious projects this year, such as the Second Reading Challenge, monthly events, and a personal empowerment of each individual member by allowing them to take on tasks and projects they're passionate about, such as speaking here tonight. None of this would be remotely possible without each of the librarians. They all contribute quite a lot, who are not only vital to the empowerment of the SLA members, but also key parts of SLA, the library, and BHS as a whole. It's not an unfounded claim. Since Tuesday of this week, when SLA decided to take on this issue, we have collected over 711 signatures from students, teachers, and voters of the Brookline Public School System declaring that they do not support the removal of any of the BHS librarians. And may I remind you, this is 711 signatures in 3 days. In an interview about the potential reduction of the teacher librarians at the school, a student was quoted as saying, "I would rather gouge out my eyes with a dirty spoon than see a librarian fired." While obviously no budget can satisfy everybody, especially with so many economic problems facing the school board at this time, it cannot be stressed how important the the librarians are to the morale, running of our school, and education of the students. It's clear that the opinion of the student body and the school board voters is that firing a librarian should not be done, obviously from our 711 signatures in the past 3 days. I urge you as representatives of the people to make the decision that reflects the needs of your constituents and students. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, and should I just bring these over here?
After Carrie, we'll hear from Olivia Raelt.
Hi, thank you again for your time this evening. I'm Carrie Hibbard, the K-2 guidance counselor at Driscoll. I'm here again about preserving the guidance counselor position at Driscoll. Last week, I spoke about how this cut would mean an elimination of Tier 1 services and a reduction of Tier 2 services for our student body. K-5 will no longer receive weekly lessons, they do now. 6th grade will not receive advisory lessons that are taught or planned by guidance. Less time will be available to support students with the 8th to 9th grade transition. Less time will be available to welcome new families to kindergarten. Small group and individual counseling for students across grade levels will be reduced. Less counselors equals less counseling, period. Another thing that will be lost is our relationships. Those don't show up in the numbers or the data. However, they are essential to our work. When 2 counselors are spread across 530 students and growing, we will not know them, students will not know us. Our work is less effective, less efficient, and it's an immeasurable loss. I would also like to highlight the paradox tonight of cutting a counselor by underscoring 2 of the 5 core values touted by BPS, commitment to equity and ethic of wellness. Cutting a counselor is in direct opposition to these values. If we are committed to eliminating barriers of educational achievement, why are we cutting staff that directly serve this goal? Counselors cultivate safe and trusting relationships with families and students from disadvantaged groups. We invite parents into the building. We help them fill out financial aid forms. We get them set up with Brookline Thrives. We fill out Section 8 housing applications with them. We send updates home. We coordinate summer program. And we give like a little extra that sends the message, Driscoll's your home. You belong here. Your child belongs here. We are advocates to help level the playing field with the privileged in this town. Counselors are also on the front lines at Driscoll to ensure that students with minority status are getting regular education supports. We work so we aren't unjustly labeling a student as disabled. That matters to your DESE audit, and doesn't it also fit your bottom line? If we are committed to an ethic of wellness, that's also a core value by BPS, why cut a counselor? We will not be teaching or continuing sustainable practices as it states in our values. When we are understaffed, we can't get and stay ahead of the distress that falls at our doorstep. In January alone, I started seeing 11 additional students in 1st and 2nd grade, individually and in groups for anxiety. Next year with 2 counselors, maybe one of these students exhibits large enough externalizing behaviors at school that they'd meet the threshold for services. The rest would quietly suffer during the day and cry at night, as their parents have reported to me. I am angry that Driscoll students will be left to white knuckle it through their day. I don't want to drive home each night knowing that we are falling short. Right now, I am proud of the work we do. And respectfully, it's the 100th day of school, and I have not seen Ms. Wong walk through our building, look at our students, see our clinical team services. Had she done this, perhaps she would understand what a counselor cut really means to us. I look to our school committee, people of privilege and power, to do the right thing. Do not cut counselors at Driscoll or anywhere.
Thank you. After Olivia, we'll hear from Joey Elsmar.
Hello, my name is Olivia Rail. You heard from Jenny a little bit of an overlap from the letter she read from Ms. Mizaki. Hello, my name is Olivia Rail. I've been an art teacher at the Driscoll School for the past 10 years, and I'm speaking tonight regarding the proposed cuts to the educational technology specialist positions in our K-8 schools. The proposal to shift the position from full-time to half-time is, at minimum, deeply concerning. Collaboration has been one of the most energizing and meaningful parts of my 30-year teaching career in education, first as a classroom teacher and now as an art teacher. The energy comes from students' enthusiasm as they engage in deeply with learning and make meaningful connections across subjects. This week, Anne-Marie Mizaki and I are full-time ETS at Driscoll, and I received a bittersweet email from the BEF. They reached out wanting to feature us in the video at the 2026 BEF Trivia Bee. In November, Ms. Mizaki and I were awarded $1,500 for an Idea Lab grant for the project titled The Art of Geometry. The seed for this project began when we learned that our middle school math teacher, Jen Jordan, received a BEF grant where she'll be traveling to Spain to explore the intersections of art, math, and architecture with a focus on Spanish tile design. Ms. Mizaki and I saw this as an opportunity to build direct connections between math, technology, and art at Driscoll. Our grant allowed us to purchase 2 laser printers. We developed a plan in which Ms. Jordan teaches math concepts such as translations and rotations. I teach students how to design paper tessellations, and Ms. Mizaki teaches students how to upload their designs into software so the laser printer can cut them from thin plywood. Each 8th grade student will create their own tessellating puzzle, like this one I've brought here tonight. This kind of collaboration only happens when there is a dedicated time, continuity, and strong professional relationships. A 0.5 simply cannot support this level of work. Someone who is at Driscoll for only 2.5 days cannot meaningfully meet with 3 first-grade classes to create books about responsible digital citizenship. They cannot consistently support vulnerable English language learners in our building, getting both language access and digital skills, often starting with students who have little or no prior experience. These are just a couple of the many collaborative projects that Ms. Mizaki has completed this year. These are the projects that excite students. These are the projects that energize the teachers. And these are the projects that are not possible without a full-time ed tech specialist. I fear that a 0.5 position will only allow for troubleshooting technology glitches that staff are experiencing. Our new Driscoll School building has amazing technology which allows for dynamic interactive instruction. However, without adequate staffing, the role may be limited to technical fixes rather than the meaningful instructional work that directly benefits students. And perhaps most importantly, the joy in learning, something we cannot afford to lose. I recently overheard a group of 3rd graders in the art room talking about how Tuesdays are their favorite day because they have art in the morning and coding with Ms. Mizaki in the afternoon. That excitement speaks volumes. Ms. Mizaki has also partnered with classroom teachers to support some of our most vulnerable students, inviting them to serve as helpers in the tech lab when they need a break or could benefit from extra attention. These moments are not only support regulation and connection, they help students feel valued and capable.
Thank you. After Joey, we'll hear from Kaylee Malcolmson.
My name is Joey Lasmar. I graduated from BHS last year, having attended Brookline Public Schools my entire life, the same 2 alma maters as our superintendent, Bella Wong. And I believe that laying off one of our high school librarians is not a worthwhile means to cut costs from our deficited budget. I'm going to start off by saying I hold a deep respect for you all, the school committee and the superintendent, and I do understand the struggle that you face, having to make difficult choices to maintain Brookline's world-class education while trying to minimize the impact on our students. But from my experiences at BHS, this action is not the right way to do that. Ms. Knightley, Ms. Maines, Ms. Wallner, and Ms. McGill, our 4 librarians, are some of the most student-facing positions and student-facing professionals at the school. They each mentor multiple student clubs and interact with hundreds of students, teachers, para, and staff daily. They're often the first resource students go to when in need. And from my experience volunteering at the library, that is especially true for when students are new to the school, like Benji, new to the country, or have learning disabilities. Basically, the students who need the help the most. And this help is not assigned. All of the trust built between the librarians and the students is built naturally. And I think this part This personal connection is one of the most beautiful parts about our library, and it all happens while our 3 115 Greeno librarians are stretched between tasks. Since the library acts as the main study spot and social location at Brookline High School, it is often so busy that the librarians have to enlist volunteers to help with their duties, like answering the phone and shelving books. This gives the librarians more time to be with the students and serve the community. With one fewer librarian, this capacity for connection would be greatly hindered. And to me, this part of our library is something that sets BHS apart from the rest. Now that I'm in college and have heard stories about the high school libraries of my peer, I want you to trust me when I say this, that we have something special here in Brookline. We do not want to squander this. Once again, I understand there is no budget cut that will make everybody happy, but I urge you to prioritize the service for and success of the students and maintain this critical part of our great school.
Thank you. After Kaylee, we'll hear from Adi Koschik.
Hi, thank you for having me. My name is Kaylee Malcolmson, and I am a paraprofessional at Pierce School. I am here to speak in support of my ETS and library colleagues. I am very concerned about the impacts of the cuts the district is proposing to ETS and library. We are a district that claims to be committed to educational excellence, yet year after year, cuts are made that negatively impact the people whose tireless work actually makes this district excellent. As you know, Pierce is currently spread over 2 buildings. This is already a challenge enough for all our educators who travel between 2 sites, including our ETS Sandy Sicard and our librarian Amanda Kretschmar. And on top of that, planning, managing, and delivering programs for elementary and middle school, which have very different requirements. Our specialists in K-8 are already working 2 jobs. My chief concern here is that these cuts are made without understanding what the long-term impact will be. As it is proposed now, Pierce will share Sandy with another school, and she will only be at Pierce, again, campus split across 2 buildings, 0.4 FTE, 1 day in each building. What will be the impact? Our children will have less access to support in navigating their tech, less access to multi-day big projects, less instruction that will help prepare them for a tech-heavy future. Additionally, I cannot keep track of the number of times that Sandy has saved a lesson, an entire day of teaching, or an MCAS test by being able to respond quickly to troubleshoot a tech issue. Without Sandy present, there will be far more hours of lost learning. I also want to speak on behalf of our library staff, and especially on behalf of our Cavalry Award-winning librarian, Amanda Kretschmar. She has for years expertly delivered both K-5 and middle school library programs, and for the last 18 months has done that while traveling between our 2 buildings. Maintaining 2 large collections of books on 2 campuses, planning and delivering lessons for 24 K-5 classes and a middle school of around 200 students, all while finding time to collaborate on special projects with teachers across the whole of our K-8. The proposed cuts to the library department will push our librarians to the brink. Right now, having classroom teachers accompany their classes to the library specials have so many wider benefits that we will lose due to, apologies, I've lost my spot. That we will lose should that change. It creates fewer opportunities for librarians to collaborate with our teachers. Amanda is an incredible educator who has built strong relationships with our children, but she would clearly be unable to keep the library open to other students while she's teaching alone. These students would no longer be able to freely check out books or use library resources other than during very limited windows. This would further reduce the opportunities our students have to build their independence and foster a love of reading, which is a cornerstone of education. Therefore, I am asking the school committee and the district to please reconsider these decisions and fully fund our ETS and library programs. Thank you.
Thank you. After Adi, we'll be hearing from Wincy Fung.
Good evening. My name is Aditya Kaushik.
I'm a senior at Brookline High School, and I'm speaking today on behalf of the 32 student library volunteers at BHS. As you know, this budget proposal would reduce the number of librarians from 4 to 3. When we volunteers heard this, we were quite concerned. A decision like this would affect not only the librarians, but us students as well. At BHS, we have 3 librarians at the main library and 1 at the freshman library. The structure is integral for the functioning of both libraries. On average, we have more than 600 students using just the main library every day. Last year, we had 1,000 students who participated in the library's events and 11 clubs that were and still are led by the 4 librarians. Letting one of the librarians go would severely hinder the help that students currently receive from them. I myself have been volunteering in the library since 2023, working closely with all 4 librarians. Every day they shelve books, teach classes, help students with essays and citations, plan events, create book displays, and much more. Not only have these librarians been instrumental in student support, they've also given many students, like me, the opportunity to gain real-life work experience through volunteering. The librarians even provide support for students worrying about their futures. They help with navigating college application process and writing essays. As a first-generation immigrant, their help in the college application process was invaluable. When I had no one to ask, the librarians were always there for me, and that made the process much less daunting. They've also made the library a warm, welcoming place where students can rest, in addition to doing their work. Their support isn't only academic, but has greatly helped serve the mental well-being of students. The librarians have crafted self-care goodie bags filled with mindfulness meditations, stress balls, calming scented oils, etc. When high school is stressful, the library is a safe place for so many students. At BHS, we have seen the effects of not having enough librarians already. The freshman library, manned by only 1 librarian, Ms. McGill, is stretched to its breaking point. It frequently closes for parts of the school day, cutting off freshmen from academic support, a comforting space to do work, and the plethora of support services that the main branch offers. The main branch, which has significantly more foot traffic, would suffer in a very similar way. However, as the primary library for the school, the effects would be much more significant. For the past 3 years, the library has been my refuge, and I know I'm not the only one. My high school experience would not be the same without the support the library has offered me, and I want to make sure that we preserve this support for students to come.
Thank you. After Wincy, we'll hear from Molly Wallner.
Good evening, members of the school committee. My name is Wincy Feng, and I am a Brookline resident and homeowner of over a decade with a 5th grader attending Pierce. I'm here regarding the proposed reduction of Pierce ETS Mr. Card from a full-time position to a 40% allocation shared with Lawrence across 3 buildings. I recognize the seriousness of the district's budget challenges, but this is not a peripheral adjustment. It is a structural reduction in our ability to provide safe, high-quality, future-ready education. Mrs. Carr does far more than her current scope, in middle school especially, where Chromebooks are deeply integrated into daily instruction. They play a critical role in safeguarding student technology use. She helps ensure responsible device behavior, protect student data privacy, support teachers with classroom management in digital environments, and respond when issues arise, as we just heard. This is not optional support. It is foundational to maintaining a productive and safe learning environment. She also directly teaches and supports digital literacy curriculum. In today's technology landscape, now further complicated by AI, Students must learn how to evaluate online information, understand bias, protect their digital identities, and use AI tools ethically. I wanted to share some evidence and data to support this. The United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, UNESCO, has emphasized that education systems must establish guardrails and structured guidance for ethical and safe use of AI in schools. Without adequate specialist support, we risk inconsistent implementation and uneven student preparation. As an executive leading data, digital, and AI in a biopharmaceutical company in Cambridge, I can attest that global workforce data reinforces this urgency. The World Economic Forum's Future of Jobs report in 2025 identifies digital literacy, data fluency, and AI competencies as among the fastest growing and most critical skills worldwide. The report notes that nearly 40% of core workforce skills are expected to change by 2030, due largely to automation and AI. This is not abstract. This is the world our current fifth graders will enter. Research consistently shows that sustained embedded coaching improves teacher practice and student outcomes. Mr. Carr functions as a digital instructional coach, helping teachers design effective lessons, integrate tools meaningfully, differentiate instruction, and avoid losing valuable instructional minutes to technical disruption. I am deeply grateful for her support, and my request is straightforward. Please reconsider this reduction with other streams of revenue override. Protecting this role protects instructional quality, safety, student safety, social emotional development, critical to our district's long-term excellence and town reputation. Thank you so, so much.
After Molly, we'll hear from Eric Colburn.
Hello, I'm Molly Wollner, one of the 4 librarians divided between the 2 libraries at Brookline High School. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I appreciate your thoughtful consideration, particularly in the face of these challenging budget decisions. In so many ways, school librarians are the best bargain in a school district. We provide school-wide return on investment. We continue to lead, evolve, and provide crucial support as the tools of the information and communication landscapes emerge and change. We fill any role that our community requires, from thought partner to book matchmaker, copy editor to life coach, fact checker to co-teacher. We as librarians are all of these things and everything in between, not just day to day, but hour to hour. We are in charge of the largest classroom in our school, serving anywhere between 600 to 800 students a day at the 115 Greeno building alone. In our libraries, we connect students to their passions, allowing them supportive exploration of the stories and skills that interest them, both in service of their academic achievement and to nourish their unique identities. We are a safe and welcoming space for all students, regardless of what has brought them through our doors, and we work hard to ensure that they feel seen, heard, and respected. Through programs such as our annual Library Reading Challenge, storytelling events, Poetry Fest, student author talks, and summer reading, we have engaged nearly 1,000 students in library-related extracurricular activities in the past year. When people say young people don't read books anymore, we've pulled out all the stops to make reading fun and ensure a culture of reading in our schools. Our circulation figures, growing number of book clubs, and high attendance at our programs show that we have been successful. We scout and evaluate emerging technologies and introduce them to the entire learning culture of students and educators. BHS librarians teach 2 out of the 5 professional learning courses that faculty are required to take, leading the school's professional development efforts in artificial intelligence. Librarians are charged with ensuring that students seek out and verify credible information for their academic and personal lives, which is particularly challenging in our digital world. I'm sure that everyone in this room agrees that misinformation is an enormous problem and that our young people need to learn how to navigate. To address this, the BHS library team recently received a highly competitive 3-year grant to develop and implement a curriculum to ensure that students at BHS graduate with the skills to identify credible information and determine what they can trust, share, and act on. All of this is only possible due to a fully staffed team of 4 licensed librarians. Our staffing reflects the value that our school district places on our role, training, and expertise, as well as leadership's recognition of our impact on student learning, achievement, and belonging. I urge you to reconsider this cut and look for alternative ways to balance the budget that do not sacrifice and weaken the literal heart of our school. Our students deserve a fully staffed library to compete in the 21st century landscape and to develop to their fullest potential. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric Colburn.
Hi, can you hear me? Great. I'm Eric Colburn, a longtime BHS English teacher. Bob hired me over 20 years ago, and I'm a BHS grad, class of 1987, and I'm here to urge you not to cut any librarians at BHS. I've spent my career at BHS building a culture of reading. In my 9th grade class, we read challenging texts together, like the Odyssey, and we just finished Raisin in the Sun. And we also do an enormous amount of reading independently and in book groups. And librarians are a really huge part of this for me and for all of my English colleagues. I have kids like Ella Miller, who read 86 books when she was a 9th grader in my class on her own over the course of a year. And I have kids who really struggle to read and kind of avoid reading. For all of my students, independent reading and the librarians really, really matter. Kids find books at the library, they read books at the library, and they need knowledgeable and empathetic librarians to help them. The librarians help me too. I serve the kids tea every Friday, and we spend half the period reading independently, and I check in with the kids and have conversations with them while they read. It's a beautiful thing, and I couldn't do it as easily if I didn't have the librarians helping me. This week, we're starting a project where we all read books published more than 100 years ago, and that means scrambling to find the particular books that the kids want to read. So the librarians have been helping me find copies of Pride and Prejudice and Little Women, 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, narrative of the life of Frederick Douglass, and so on and so on. And that's just my class. The library serves so many of us. There are hundreds of kids in the library every day. And they're reading, writing, they're doing research, they're getting support for, dozens of different things. These hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of kids need librarians. So please figure out how to save the librarians that we currently have. Like, I think we could use more librarians. My English classes are larger actually now than they have ever been in my 23 years at BHS. So I'm aware the money is tight. And I don't know how to fix this, but I am here to say that tight budgets really do make a difference, and I really hope you can find a way to keep the librarians we have. Could I teach a class of 40 kids? Maybe, but it would be way worse for my students. And I think the same is true of librarians. Could our school survive with one fewer librarian? Probably. It would just be a worse school. And I don't want a worse school. Reading is still, in my view, the most important part of education, and libraries and librarians are absolutely crucial. Also, you guys should do a bell-to-bell phone ban district-wide. That costs no money, and it would make our librarians even more important, but that's a separate topic. Again, just like save our librarians. We love them, we need them, and thank you for the work you do.
Thank you. We're going to go to Zoom for our next person. Elizabeth Collins Willis will be on Zoom.
Hello, my name is Beth Collins, and I'm a literacy specialist at Pierce School. I appreciate the chance to speak tonight in favor of restoring the ETS positions to the budget. This is my 23rd year in this position, and in that time, there have been 8 superintendents, 6 assistant superintendents, and 6 curriculum coordinators. Within my school, there have been 5 principals and 7 vice principals. Of these 23 years, almost all have included a budget crisis. Almost all have been called unprecedented or potentially catastrophic. Throughout this turmoil, it has been the teachers who have kept the schools functioning. The educational technology specialist is one of these teachers and is absolutely essential. The ETS position affects all the ways that teachers meet the needs of students. Pierce's ETS, Sandy Sicard, has been in Brookline for more than 20 years and has served the district with unmatched devotion, expertise, and professionalism. The cut in the proposed budget, the one with an override, would more than double her responsibilities, the staff she would work with, and the students she would support. She would be required to move among 3 school buildings, as Pierce is now housed in 2 buildings more than a mile apart. In trying to understand this decision, I wondered which aspect of Sandy's ETS role is considered expendable. It couldn't be her responsibility for hundreds and hundreds of Chromebooks and laptops, labeling, maintaining, and distributing them, often beyond her contracted days in order to get everything done correctly. It couldn't be overseeing the student use agreements that govern the safe use of such powerful tools. Could it be the essential work of supporting teaching, professional development, assemblies, performances, and community events through technology support, equipment delivery, and problem solving, work that has saved countless hours from being unproductive? You might be surprised to know that the Department of Education's MCAS platform does not always work perfectly. Sandy is responsive and knowledgeable and solves MCAS issues and Chromebook snafus the way she does everything, immediately, calmly, kindly, and completely. How can she do this across 3 campuses with 2 schools worth of MCAS age students? Another aspect of the role that seems essential to school functioning is her invaluable help in investigations regarding bullying and in protecting children who have the power of the internet and instant connection at their fingertips. I don't know details of particular cases, but I know administrators would say Sandy has been instrumental in understanding events that have transpired and that she has done so with compassion and the utmost integrity. It might surprise people to learn that ETS teaches students proper digital citizenship, how to avoid fake news and plagiarism, how to conduct academic research and write citations, the acceptable use of AI, and how to protect themselves from online predators. Sandy knows the name of every student in the school and has taught them respect for and responsible use of technology. Clearly, those aspects of the job aren't expendable. The educational use of technology, apps, and instructional programs, Sandy knows them all. She teaches students how to use Drive to organize their work. She learns new programs and teaches them to teachers. She explains which tools are useful for which tasks. Is that expendable? So I'm left with the really cool stuff that must be what we lose. The class websites that capture project-based learning, the thrilling experience of first graders learning to code with little robots, video performances during a Changemaker assembly celebrating Martin Luther King Jr., Girls on the Run After School Club, and so many other varied, original, and innovative experiences. Maybe the district can tell us what of the things that I have mentioned is considered expendable. I don't see anything that we can afford to lose. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is online as well, Vanessa Ouellette.
Hi. I'm a 4th grade classroom teacher at the Roland Hayes School, and I'm also speaking about the need to fully fund the ETS program. As I know everyone knows at this point, the current budget proposes a 50% reduction, splitting our ETS specialists between all of the K-8 buildings. This would have a profound and incredibly negative effect on our students, on their learning, and on the quality of our teaching. As you've heard, ETS teachers don't just bring devices and apps into our classroom. These are professionals who use technology to bring our students creativity, joy, collaboration, critical thinking, incredibly high quality instruction, and thoughtful reflection. These teachers work extensively with students across the school, giving direct instruction each and every day. Every time our ETS teacher at my school, Matt Durant, comes into my classroom or teaches my students are curious, they're engaged, they're motivated, they're thinking. This is the environment we want for our kids. Our school's ETS professional teaches research skills, works with students to think deeply about their writing for an actual, authentic, meaningful audience, and also help students craft thoughtful, detailed work. In education, we all know that one size doesn't fit all, and it's our job to tailor our instruction to meet the needs of all of our students. Thoughtfully implemented technology helps us do that. It helps us give enrichment to kids who need additional challenge. It helps us support students who might be struggling with work, and it gives all kids the tools they need to succeed. Our ETS specialists teach us how to develop motivating projects that meet the needs of all of our students with a wide range of academic needs, all while addressing the learning standards that we need to do. I know that our ETS makes me a better teacher and pushes my thinking about instruction. Without consistent collaboration with our ETS teachers, our instruction will be, or I'll speak for me, without my ETS teacher, I know my instruction will be more rote, less engaging, and less creative. This would significantly harm students in their learning, and I know my experience is replicated throughout the district. We're teaching a lot of new curriculum right now, and this curriculum constantly needs to be refined and improved so it meets the needs of our students in our classroom, and quite honestly, so that it's not boring. Our ETS teachers are the people who often make the difference between dry, bland instruction and engaging, authentic, hands-on, project-based learning that actually means something to our students. If these teachers are split between more schools, we won't have the time we need to effectively co-teach, collaborate, and design effective instruction and lessons together. And students would get a fraction of the time they need with these incredibly impactful educators. As a classroom teacher, I don't have the expertise to do this alone, and I absolutely cannot do it without our ETS professionals. I completely understand that budgets are incredibly tight, but cutting these positions forces us to compromise on the vision that we have for our own schools. We all want innovative, supportive schools that meet the needs of all of our students and prepare them for the future. That's our shared mission that we all have in this space, and we cannot do that without our educational technology specialists. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Uriel Zapersky.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Uriel Zapersky. I graduated from BHS last year, class of 2025, and I would also like to talk about cutting the librarian at BHS. And I have an anecdote for you. I am dressed the way I am today because it's Spirit Week at the school where I managed to get a real adult pay me money job as a librarian's aide in Somerville. It's Decades Day. I went for like a 90s, 2000s grunge thing. I am taking a gap year, so last summer I applied like crazy to try to get a job in any kind of library because that's where I want my career to go one day. And I got one. I work 18 hours a day. I teach kids how to take care of books. I help them find them. I help them learn how to read shelves. I catalog, I weed, I get to make decisions about who should get to read the Five Nights at Freddy's books. The answer is 6th grade and up. This would not be possible without the library volunteer program at BHS, where I spent 600 hours, and the time the librarians were able to spend on the program and on me. I strongly believe the volunteer opportunities would not be as beneficial to BHS students if it is made to operate a librarian down. I was a volunteer when there were 2 librarians at 115 Greeno, after one retired, and then 3 again after Molly Wallner was hired. The 115 library currently has 3 amazing librarians, so I not see the volunteering under any 2 of them would be bad. But if Molly Wallner wasn't hired while I was there, then the workload would have remained too much to have a dedicated librarian who can give their focus to giving volunteers real-world learning experience. And without that learning, I would not have this real pay money. I have a retirement account. Amazing job that I love. I know these are the hard choices about budget you have to make, but if you remove a librarian, then the 3 remaining would have to make hard choices too. Should they help a walk-in student with a paper or work on a lesson plan to help a whole class get started? Should they work on the lesson plan or shelve some books before there's a backup? Should they shelve and know they'll get it right or teach a new volunteer how to do it? Should they teach that new volunteer or expand the knowledge of a more experienced one? There is no way for 3 people to fill the space of 4, and I believe everything these 4 do for students is essential. 3 will get plenty done because they are all incredible, but I don't know if I can impress upon you how much every chance librarians get to go beyond the minimum turns into so much teaching, learning, and incredible value for the students of BHS. For me, that value is the $10,000 in my retirement account I will make at the job that I got this year. I get to put that on my resume. I get to take that to college. I get to have the work these librarians put into me for the rest of my life. In conclusion, please don't.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And that concludes public comment, and we are going to go back to our update on the fiscal year 27 proposed budget.
Thank you. I think Susan's going to lead this part. Or I should say, Susan is going to lead this part.
Looks like we'll be hearing from Susan Givens, Karen Schmelker, and Robin Benoit.
So at the conclusion of our meeting last week, we had asked school committee members to submit questions, and we received quite a few. And based on what we received and what we had time to be able to prepare, we sent out some responses to those in FAQs. And tonight, we're just going to take a few minutes to kind of walk through the responses in 3 areas. So professional development curriculum, there was a number of questions that came up around that. Special revenue funds, and staffing. So those are the 3 topical areas we're going to walk through a little bit more in detail for you tonight. So it will be Robin and myself and Karen who will review some of the information that is in response to those questions that were asked.
Okay, so there were a number of questions that were about professional and curriculum development. And so I just want to note or just remind us that last year we know that there was a significant cut, there had to be a significant cut made to the professional development fund line. And the original request was actually much higher than this year's request. So this year's request is actually a reduction in what our original request was last year. And we really tried to build it again from the bottom up, thinking about our obligations, working with our coordinators, working with our principals to consider, what do we need in this coming year? What's critical? It doesn't represent this number doesn't necessarily represent every ask that they made. We had to make decisions and prioritize. So some of the things that this supports in this line item across budgets are contractual obligations we have. So for instance, tuition assistance for teachers comes out of this line. That is a contractual requirement that we have. Some of our required trainings for teachers that have been with us. So I think about specifically some of the required trainings that are for some of our health and wellness teachers, thinking about some of the programs that they offer that require our, for our staff, and some of our new hire curriculum specific training. So for instance, when we hire a new teacher and we want to make sure that they have some of that same background, this allows us to bring that back in. So if our staff has received training in a particular curricular area, or curriculums, specific curriculums. Professional memberships for various disciplines and programs. So we think about the ability, and that's not like professional memberships for across the board, but thinking about some of the organizations that we as a school district belong to are here. Our leaders benefit from that, our coordinators benefit from that, and are then able to bring some of those resources, those updates to their departments. So those are critically important. Professional development and conferences related to district instructional priorities. This is a really big place within the budget that we're feeling the loss of professional development funds this year, and it's critical that it is reinstated within the next year. So if we think about the work that we're trying to do around literacy, the work that we're trying to do around MTSS as a district, and make sure that we have the professional learning for our staff and for ourselves. In terms of conferences, again, thinking critically about prioritizing conferences in areas where we are needing to grow and ensure that our staff have access, staff and leaders have access to those. And one specific place that I want to call out in particular, because this is called out within, and this is within my budget, so you'll hear later about the idea of a science curriculum review, which is, it's a regular practice that we need to engage in. So we'll be engaging in that work next year, K-12. So we're gonna look at that cohesively. We wanna make sure that the curriculum that we're offering and the practices that we have are aligned to state and national frameworks. They're aligned with current research. And we have a tremendous opportunity in terms of the National Science Teachers Conference is being held in Boston next year. And we want to ensure that staff have access to participate in that. It's incredibly meaningful professional learning that allows them to connect with educators across the country. And the fact that we have a national conference in our backyard, we want to make sure that we are able to offer some access to that. School-based improvement efforts that are aligned to school improvement plans. So these are professional learning needs that principals have identified for their school communities aligned with their school improvement plans. So again, we're trying to think about our strategic plan. We're trying to think about the work that we're engaged in, and we're trying to think about the work our schools are looking at that they've identified that where they need support in professional learning. And then also in the area of leadership and systems development. So those are some of the places where Superintendent Wong might have identified professional needs across the district. So those all kind of live in this line item. So just explaining that a little bit more.
So just to underscore it, last year the request was 416,674. So the request this year is much less, and it reflects just really building from the base up about what we thought was most important. It's 100% investment in the staff to offer training and growing opportunities for them.
Are we asking questions as we go or at the very end of the presentation? Sarah? Oh. You're leading the meeting.
I was thinking it would be good along the way.
Okay, then I have a question. My question is, I appreciated what you just said about NSTA being in Boston and taking advantage of local national conferences. So is the conference travel that's in the professional development exclusively for regional as opposed to national? Will you be taking advantage of, for example, people might skip a year or go every other year, or just take advantage of a local event rather than embedding travel?
I think where we're looking at, when I call that out specifically, there might be other places, but that specifically, I think, is just opportunities that we want to ensure that we have the professional development funds to take advantage of. And we've identified that in planning ahead. That's a place where both our curriculum coordinators at the K-8 and the 9-12 level, as we've been working to kind of think about what a review looks like, we also want to ensure that staff have access to professional development.
Okay, then I'm going to reframe the question. Do we have any national travel in our budget that we cannot replace with regional travel? Mandatory, required national travel that we can't? Okay,
No,
thank you.
we do not.
I will say, because we are where we're located, a lot of conferences come to us, so.
I'm well aware.
Yeah, so that, yeah.
There's lots of things in Florida and other places. So.
No, that's not what we're funding. We're really thinking about that, our opportunities that are close by.
Carolyn.
Thanks, and sorry that I missed the beginning there. So this is helpful, and my question or comment might be more of a Susan or Bella. I think what would be helpful is more, more specifics, like somewhere there's a back end where there were different specific things that we know we're going to be doing, and someone clicks sum, and then the full number appears. So I know in some systems, it's easy to get that transparency. So is there a way for that to happen with our system where people can see kind of more specifics?
In specifics, are you asking for like a line item funding or like every
what the
specific
training-
activity?
Like if there's a particular training program or a particular PD.
You're looking for like the types of things that are funded, like how many memberships are in the budget, things like that?
And to what? Like, I would think if there's a plan, I mean, I'm being super general. Someone says, you know, we want to do XYZ training or membership so that we can do these classes or that classes or take the time to do XYZ. And that's how the number is arrived at, I suppose, because XYZ equals A. So yeah, just more of like what it is exactly. Like the conference here is a specific, but just what the back end inputs are. Is that ever seeable?
Well, we can certainly provide you with more information about what exactly is in there. Like we've said, it's memberships. It's things like there's a conference coming to Boston. We're aware of that. We're going to invest in that because we're also doing the science review, so that's the priority. So other things were not considered because those are the things that we're working on aligned to the strategic plan. Certainly the principals have their SIPs, which you've reviewed.
Yeah.
And so the professional development that they've requested is in support of that. So we can, share, more about those types
The
of things.
budget lines in some places are best estimates.
Yeah.
Because we actually don't have the conference prices actually may not be posted, like that's just not.
I could
to
see
that
that going through, that some of them were like $150,000 and then some were like 17,451. So then I figure it's something specific, and I'm not challenging the number. I'm really just would love a little more, just, sunlight on what folks are doing.
Sure.
That's all. But I'm not looking
We have
to take
bigger
something
buckets
away
of
or
things,
or
but
challenge.
as the superintendent said, we don't track it to a minutia level at this point
Understood.
yet.
Okay, so
it's like
principals will
science.
say like, I want this much because they'll give you a bucket.
Goal in my SIP is X, and so we're setting aside money
Okay.
in order to be able to achieve the goal.
Okay,
But also-
that's helpful to help me
In the
understand.
end-
Thanks.
In the end, they have to put the purchase order in, and it has to be approved.
Yeah.
And it has to have been budgeted for, and it has to fit within the intended purpose for which it was budgeted for. But at this point, we don't have.
A
we don't
ton of
have it.
detail.
Yes.
Thank you.
Jesse.
I guess my question, put simply, is what did we not do in this space this year that we had to do? Was there anything that we were supposed to do, and because it wasn't funded, we did not do it? On this budget item?
Well, I have in places within this budget, we were not able to fund, whether it was somebody coming in to offer professional development to departments. So thinking about the work with the coordinators, if they wanted specific outside resources to come in and work with teachers in their department during department meetings, during our professional development day or other things like that, that was limited. And there were places that we had to say no because there was not the professional development funds, unless we could fund it from a grant source or something like that. There are places where I do not believe all of our memberships that we typically fund for
Right. I was going to
support people.
say that participation in professional organizations, memberships for networking, learning from each other was severely curtailed in this year. For the principals, leadership team, but for our curriculum coordinators across the board. And there might have been conferences that people might have availed themselves of that they didn't because they knew there was no money in the budget for. So that was really unfortunate. The conferences especially are opportunity not just for people to learn the content, but also to meet others and honestly to network and continue to learn after. So that was severely curtailed in this year. Mandated trainings had to happen. And then again, the school can be protected professional development for the literacy implementation. And also for vision of a learner, which was much appreciated.
Suzanne?
Well, I was just going to give one example that impacted the school committee is we did not have funds to go to the MASC annual meeting, nor could we vote on the resolutions that the association, our state association, brought to the membership. So that's just very particular, but we had nothing in the budget this year, whereas we have in the past number of years.
Bob?
Yes, thank you. Robin, can you talk about the status of Teachers as Scholars, a professional development program that was born in Brookline many, many years ago? What's the status of that now?
So we have a few seats in Teachers as Scholars, and it's funded by the BEF.
I'm sorry?
It's funded through BEF. It's funded through a Brookline Education Fund grant.
Do you know how many slots we have?
I believe we have 4.
Okay, I just want to support additional slots for Teachers as Scholars. I felt it was one of the most inspirational professional development experiences that I ever had as part of the system, so.
Appreciate that.
Robin, if you want to go on to the next FAQ.
Sure. The next slide is the next section, which is the K-12 Science and Technology Curriculum Review. So there's the question was around how much was funded for it and understanding what that was for. So there is a request for $60,000 in next year's budget around that. And so again, so when we think about our responsibility around K-12 review, so it's, sometimes curriculum review or review of individual courses or a unit of study is done. So that work has been happening, but to ensure that our K-12 program, so looking holistically at our K-12 program, really understanding if there's cohesion, if there's alignment across, and are there places where we may need additional instructional resources. And I think just from our initial assessment, we know that there most likely will be, particularly at the K-5 level, to make sure that across K-5 we have consistent resources that are aligned to the state frameworks. The most recent state frameworks in science and technology were adopted in 2016, I believe. We have not had a full K-12 review in that time. We may have been doing work individually at a grade level in a particular unit or in different places, but to look holistically at the experience for kids and ensure that we're aligned K-12 around that, we haven't done, and those frameworks have been around for about a decade now. It's a place that's been identified before. The pandemic kind of threw a loop in that. Other priorities came into play, so it's been done kind of piecemeal, and we understand that we really need to look at it from a K-12 perspective. And so that funding is for stipends for participating review team members outside of their contractual hours. So thinking about that hourly rate that we pay. So we budgeted some for that. And so for any costs associated with piloting instructional materials. So certainly while, we may be able to get materials for initial review, like a kit to look at when we're kind of trying to narrow down, but if we want to pilot within our classrooms and need a large, amount of materials to do that, there's typically a cost that goes with that. So we're, that's kind of an projected anticipated cost. And that is, thinking about it from a standpoint that's conservative. So we wanted to make sure we will kind of keep within that, but we know we need to set aside some funds for that purpose.
Carolyn.
So just to clarify, the 60,000 is like a consultant and includes stipends and costs associated with?
There is no consultant.
Okay.
So this is really review that's being done. It's internal
Okay.
review. This isn't hiring somebody to come in
Okay.
and look. It's really us
Okay.
going through a process of review and looking closely at
Okay.
programming.
And then also, I need help understanding, last year, maybe in the curriculum subcommittee, we had a presentation from Emily, I think. And I felt like, maybe I didn't understand, I felt like what she was talking about was that what she was bringing in was relatively new. I don't remember the name of the science, Sci-Ed or?
Yeah, Open Sci-Ed
Open
unit.
Sci-Ed.
So I think that that's part of it, right? Like, so we've been able to bring in new units of study in places that's not necessarily across the board. And that's why I say probably piloting instructional
Okay.
materials may happen K-5.
I think I
thinking about
understand.
that. So
Yep.
to make sure that
So
we have
she's
that.
been doing that work, but kind of
Right.
supporting.
Right. In where she can, in
Yep.
light of everything else that we're working with as a district. What
Got
we
it.
really need to do, and this will come, in an OTL presentation, is there is a desire and a need to get back to a regular curriculum review cycle so that we can then plan for, predict, budget for. It helps us in lots of ways. And also think about the capacity of teachers so they can anticipate when review is going to happen, think about what the impact might be on them as teachers, and we can do it in a thoughtful and cohesive way.
Also including the funding that is needed to react to the review after it happens and do the steps that are requested in the review. Did you want to get to the second part of that question? Because I think that's really eye-opening. Is there indeed nothing on our budget for diversity-focused curricula or programming?
Next slide.
So in terms of what is funded both in the general fund and then through grant funding, so Panorama is funded in the general fund. That's our social emotional screening tool. That's actually funded at $19,000. Second Step is a social emotional learning curriculum, again through the general fund, that is at $10,000. Cartwheel Care, which is another SEL and mental health initiative, comes out of the IDA grant, and that's funded at $50,000. And then our work around diversity and equity, work with Ideas and Seed, our leads are all grant funded. So those are funded through both the BEF grant and the Title II grants. And
Mariah?
Sometimes what's written in this document and what's on the slides is different. What's the document of record? Like that has Ideas, et cetera, the BEF grant and Title II, but the one we're looking at doesn't refer to Title II or BEF grant. Well, but they don't say the same things. It says the only thing, other SELs. So I'm just wondering, will this be updated to like?
we can update
Okay.
it. And that might have just been a timing thing.
Yeah, that's what I was
Well,
imagining, but I just
yep.
wanted to make sure. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so now we're going to move on to special revenue funds. So we had a number of questions, and this came up last year as well, about, can't we just move, money around? Can we take money that's in the operating budget and fund it through special revenue funds? So special revenue funds are restricted funds where your general operating budget is not restricted. It's for general educational purposes. And when you have different types of special revenue funds, there's certain properties associated with them and restrictions that prevent us from using it in any other way. So grants are a form of a special revenue fund, and there were a number of questions around that. Revolving funds are another form of a special revenue fund. There wasn't much in the way of questions around that. So I thought it was important to at least start and kind of frame it so that people understand that when you're looking at grants or revolving funds, they can only be used for the specific purpose defined in law that enables you to have a revolving fund or the granting authority. And so when we apply for a grant, And all grants have to be applied for, even if they're called entitlement. It doesn't mean we just get the money and we can use it how we want to. There's certain goals and purposes and objectives associated with the grant, and we have to write the grant in accordance with that. Those grants are reviewed by the subcommittee, the finance subcommittee, before we submit them. And then the awarding authority, whoever that might be, state or federal level or a private organization, then they're the ones that review it and they say, yes, we'll award it, or no, we won't. Oftentimes with entitlement grants, they'll kick it back to us and say, no, that doesn't align with what the purpose of this grant is. It's not consistent, and so then we have to rewrite the grant. And so it's important to understand that we can't just move money from place to place. When the grant is awarded, then we have to spend it in accordance with the terms and conditions associated with that. A fundamental principle associated with special revenue funds is this concept of it's to supplement, not supplant. So supplement means in addition to, and supplant means to replace. So we're not allowed to replace existing expenses by funding it through a grant, okay? Because that is a fundamental principle that is consistent with almost any grant that you have. So in other words, if you're going to write a grant, it's to enhance an existing program and or to fund a new initiative. Okay, so those are really the two primary reasons for the grants. And so we have two really large grants. One is the METCO grant and the other one's IDEA. And so we thought we would spend a moment to explain what the METCO grant can be used for, the purpose of that grant, and then the IDEA grant. So if you go to the next slide. Thank you. So the METCO grant is a state grant, and it's a program that really supports voluntary desegregation to increase diversity in schools. The purpose of the grant is really to pay for costs to support METCO students. It's not to support general educational costs in the district. It's really supplemental funding that goes to support the needs of those students. Transportation, in most every METCO grant, transportation is a big component because in order for students to be able to participate in our program, they have to be here. And of course, they're coming from Boston, and so transportation is a big component of that. That's an allowable cost under the grant. Academic support, as well as social, emotional, or mental health supports are also items that can be funded under the grant. Professional development as it relates to creating the conditions for those students to thrive. And of course, supplies and materials associated with running the office and or the programs to support those kids. So here, all of these types of costs are allocated to this grant. Again, in order to be able to be funded from the grant, it has to be in service to those students. So we can't move regular a classroom teacher into the grant and fund it through that grant because that would be general educational expenses. What we have done is where we have academic supports for those students, so we have a body of students that need additional academic supports. We have charged some of our math specialists and our literacy specialists off to the grant to the greatest extent we could. We also have a couple of guidance counselors, again, to support those students in those schools. There's a little bit of professional development, and of course the transportation. So that's predominantly how our grant is allocated on behalf of those students.
Carolyn.
So I had a question, especially since the superintendent's budget proposes cutting some guidance. So I just wanted to fully understand. And I had the METCO grant pulled up on my laptop, but I didn't bring it. I don't remember how many guidance counselors there are in the METCO allocation.
I believe it's 2.
So I guess I have 2 questions. So does that mean that those 2 guidance counselors only work with METCO students?
Predominantly. They predominantly work with the Metco students.
And does
They
that
might-
also
They might have a
mean,
few cases in which they would serve other students in the process, but they're predominantly serving Metco students.
and there's only 2 guidance counselors in the Metco grant?
Social workers.
Social workers.
Yeah.
And so they can only work with Metco students, but then I don't suppose the inverse is true, but regular non-Metco guidance counselors can also work with Metco students. So there's no opportunity to, okay, so is there a possibility of looking at some reallocation within the Metco grant for more guidance to backfill the loss of guidance in the budget? Is that a possible conversation? Like I do remember seeing that, so the Metco grant has $10,000 for materials, $10,000 for events, like a bowling party and dinner party. And then I think there was $12,000 for student conferences. I can't remember now, but there was like $30,000 at least for those kinds of things, and $10,000 for materials. And then I think we also got a supplemental transportation grant, and I felt like, I don't remember exactly, it must have been in finance and I was listening, but that the transportation is covered by the regular grant. So then I think that there was a question asked like, oh, so what do we do with this extra $25,000? And it was like, it just goes to something else within the Metco grant. So that was my basic question, was whether there was any possibility of a conversation where there could be a real allocation within the grant to help backfill that loss. So, and I don't think I'm asking you to answer it on the spot, but
Again,
that
it's-
occurred to me as maybe a conversation that could potentially happen.
Yeah. Yeah. So if we were to take a staff, any staff member who is supporting general education, it would be called supplanting to then use grant money that's intended for Metco students specifically in order to be able to fund something. So you really.
I understand. I guess what I'm guessing is that the 2 guidance counselors that are funded by the Metco grant don't cover all of the guidance needs of the 303 Metco students. And then we have an array of other guidance counselors who are also serving Metco students. So I'm not talking about taking something away from Metco. I'm talking about the potential of reallocating within the Metco grant, which has a proposed allocation to potentially backfill some of the guidance need.
Yeah. I mean, we did do
And I see
calibration
some
of
people
that.
nodding
Yeah.
in the audience who probably know about this.
Yeah, so we have about 300 Metco students. And so if you're using the 250, which is the caseload average, right, for guidance, is it 250? Yeah, that's the guideline, is 250, and we have 300, and we're already charging 2 guidance counselors. Those are, we're being pretty aggressive in how we're approaching it already, I guess is what I'm saying. You have 250 on average, right? So that would be up to 500 that would be per guidance counselor. Right now, we're doing 2 with 300 students.
So you're saying that in the Metco, that the Metco
Which is how we
grant
justify.
allocates 150, that the Metco guidance average caseload is 150 students per guidance counselor.
That's not really, no. There's social workers.
Oh, sorry, social worker.
But the grant has 3 social workers in it. And I'm looking at it right on my screen from what we approved in August. And it has 3 social workers in it and has 4 classroom teachers in it. But what's written here is
Classroom teachers.
it says classroom teachers, full-time classroom teachers.
Literacy specialists and math specialists are considered that under the guidance of the Metco grant.
Okay, it says classroom teachers though, just so you know. But also it says 3 social workers. Just say what it has.
Sorry, Bob, we recognize you, just let them finish this and then.
I mean, I'll speak to it because I don't think Robin was here at the time. So one of the social workers who was on the Medco grant moved positions within the district to the high school, and that was reallocated. So while they did have 3 last year, they don't have 3 this year, they're 2.
You're saying it got changed after we approved.
That's my understanding. Because there were reductions made to liaisons, but Malcolm would probably be the better person to answer that.
Carolyn, I want to get Bob in too, but go ahead.
Sorry, what do you mean there were reductions in liaisons?
So again, I'm stepping in for Robin because
Sure,
Robin wasn't
yeah.
here and Malcolm isn't here. So it's one of these questions
Okay,
would be
and
better
you know
for
what?
Malcolm.
And I don't want to put you on.
No, that's okay.
I think I'll just say, I've asked numerous times if we could have Malcolm or someone to just help us really understand the allocation, because it's a sizable amount of money, and just to make sure, especially with, refiguring that's going on in the main budget, I think it would be helpful just to have these questions answered.
So we have scheduled it for June.
Yeah.
But also, I think that this FAQ was what it could be used for. And I thought Susan already said that it can't be used to supplant. It can be used to supplement. And so there are a couple of counselors that are in there, and they work predominantly with students that are in the METCO program. So I think we've been trying to answer the questions, but we do have the METCO program that will be on the calendar in June.
Okay, but that doesn't help me for understanding for voting the budget, but thanks.
I think we can get that. And I think, Mariah, to your point, I mean, grants also, staffing changes, even within the IDA grant, and grants do get amended. So I know, sort of what was approved, things happen, et cetera. So there was probably an amendment. Yeah, absolutely. But so there was probably an amendment done. So I think if there are no more questions on that, I think.
There is one more question, Bob. Oh, sorry.
Please. Yeah. Before the room empties out, because a lot of people have left already, I just want to thank everybody for coming here tonight and staying with us and providing incredibly powerful presentations. Every one was a powerful presentation. So I just want to acknowledge that and thank everybody for participating in a democratic system as we struggle with our annual budget. So first of all, thank you for that. Secondly, in terms of the METCO budget, so I clearly understand that there's flexibility within the budget to allocate services to METCO students, true? So I guess I would have, since academic development is the most fundamental goal of our school system, I know we have maybe 9 coordinators, METCO coordinators, 1 at each school, 1 at the high school, yes? And again, I just, having not explored this at all, if we can bolster the academic support of METCO kids by maybe taking a look at the coordinator role, see if it could incorporate some tutorial role for students just to, supplement the academic program for the METCO students. And thinking about that would probably also consider an analysis of achievement levels of those kids and how we could support them better than we do now, or at least as, just a question I have.
Did you want to continue? Go ahead.
So our biggest grant in the district is the IDA grant, which is just over 2.3 million. This funds services for students in special education. One of the things, as you know, this year is we are have coordinating early intervention services, in which 15% of our IDA Part B funds are required to be spent when districts have been identified as significant disproportionality. This is the area in the grant in which you're actually required to do early intervening services. And so those funds are spent on students who both are have IEPs and students who have academic gaps and needs. And so that 15% is spent on students both within general education and special education. The other main areas of the grant, and you'll see if you do quick math, it doesn't add up to 2.3 million, but these are the main components of the grant. The IDA grant funds most of extended school year, contracted services, which are IEP mandated services for individual students, and also all of our consultants who work in the district in our programs and with students. So that funds our consulting physician, which is a requirement. It funds our consulting psychiatrist. Our RISE programs have consultants. And so that's sort of a large range of different contracted services come under there. Proportional share is the money that comes out of the federal proportionate share. That is money that is allocated to students with disabilities in private schools in Brookline. So that is not necessarily students do not have to be residents of Brookline in the private schools, but any private school in Brookline who has a student with a disability is entitled to proportional share. And so we work very closely. We have a number of Jewish day schools, and we have a number of other private schools that we work closely with in terms of making sure that they are getting services for their students. So that's the $154,000 in proportional share. It funds over $1 million in staffing, and then a lot of curriculum and instructional materials for students with disabilities, students with more moderate or significant disabilities. And then this year, as you can see, a large portion of the grant is really around literacy coaching, literacy tutoring, and PD. The literacy tutoring is actually for students. So this is after-school tutoring, high dosage tutoring. And again, this can be used this year because of the CCIS grant for students who are, as we're doing our literacy screening, we can provide, again, early intervening services, which is part of the CCS component of it. It's also funding all our Wilson training for teachers, as well as our OG coaching for teachers, and then just broader professional development that we've started this year and hopefully will continue on an ongoing cycle to make sure that all of our teachers have evidence-based reading instruction training. Any questions?
Excellent. Donna?
I always have a question for Karen.
It's all good.
Aside from the high dosage tutoring, what else are we funding as part of that 15% of the early intervention?
So high dosage tutoring is part of that. The after school, we've just actually launched at BHS, we're doing after school literacy and summer coaching. So that comes out of the CCIS. Our flexible support team is also funded out of the CCS component, and that you're supposed to look at, what is your data that you have in the district in terms of needs around early intervention. So that all comes out of that part.
Sorry, I have a question.
Yeah.
Carolyn?
And I asked you this in email, so now what is the flexible support team? Can you say more about just what that means?
I can.
Thanks.
So the flexible support team is actually a model we had in the district when I was here before. It's a model that is used in many, particularly elementary schools. It's a team that is generally a clinician paired with a paraprofessional. Right now, it's just a pair. When I was here last, we had multiple people in the role. And the goal is really to be able to mobilize support for students who are either in behavioral or mental health crisis in schools, where schools may have exhausted all of their resources or just need either a short-term stabilization process. And so the goal is really to provide, which is what it's for, sort of that early intervention, rapid support and stabilization. So that's what the team does.
Does that mean like in the moment? Is that what you mean by short term?
So it's not a 911, so to speak. What it is as, we do a lot of what we call wraparound support.
Yep.
So as students begin to struggle, the goal is that the team is able to, schools refer, so there's a process. And it is geared this year, and again, this came from data around where teachers and where we were seeing areas of need, and this was certainly in our younger students, K1, 2. So it's very much focused and targeted at younger students this year because that was the identified need. But they're certainly working with some of, third and fourth grade. But it was targeted for our early learners.
And this team gets like some special training.
Correct. They come
Yeah.
with special training.
Yep. Okay.
And then we continue. So both positions require, certifications and specialized training in terms of crisis management. But it's really a trauma-informed approach. So it's a clinically based approach that's trauma-informed.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, it's still me. Sorry.
It's all you.
I want to hand it to, part of the questions might be you, Susan. So then the other big component, and that's featured, very prominently from last year's budget, as we all know, because circuit breaker was used to bridge the budget deficit gap at a 1.9 million bridge. So circuit breaker is, Commonwealth Special Education Reimbursement Program. It is the program that districts receive reimbursement from the state for high-cost special education needs. It funds both in-district and out-of-district high-cost needs. 75% of costs, and it's been funded at that level for a number of years that exceed the annual student claim. And as you can see, it's a pretty high bar at 53,431, which was FY26. We don't have the number yet for FY27. As you can see, that's our circuit breaker. And as you know, circuit breaker is funds from the prior year's circuit breaker claim is what funds the future year's tuition, and which is how we've used it here in Brookline. Any questions?
I'm floored if there's no questions. Mariah.
This chart and maybe the next chart, I think you had it on your slides earlier, Bella. This one doesn't have, or maybe it's somewhere next on the next slide, doesn't have this, the thing that we have in the FAQs, which was on Bella's slides from earlier. But I still, it doesn't have to be now, but like, I don't understand this chart. And some of the numbers that point to each other don't match, and I don't understand why some match and some don't match. So I would benefit from understanding this. And then my question that was in the FAQ, which I don't think actually got answered, but I'm not sure. So it doesn't have to be now, but I don't understand why, I guess I don't understand fundamentally why the 1.4 million in extra revenue means we still have a $1.9 million deficit we're carrying forward. Because that's, and like this chart doesn't help me understand that, I'm sorry.
Sure.
I thought we tried to say, so the 1.4 million that this year is from one-time occurrences. It's not built in the budget, so the deficit still exists. It's getting carried forward. It just means we were able to resolve it this year. Go ahead, yeah.
Right, so in the current year budget, when you take a body of expenses that are recurring and you move them off and you pay for them out of one-time expenses and you move them off your books, in other words, you move the expense off the books, and there is no more recurring revenue to fund that, you've got to bring the expense back into the budget. So in FY27, you're taking the $1.9 million of real tuitions that we have to pay, and you have to put that back in the operating budget. What happens on the revenue side, so it means that when we started this year, we had $4.2 million in revenue that could be allocated against the tuitions. When we put an additional $2 million, we not only lost the revenue, but we also moved the expense off the books. So in FY27, you got to put the expense back.
I'm just going to say that I don't think I can do this in a verbal response.
Maybe we can sit.
Yeah, but I think that I'm sure I'm not the only person in the community who's not following along with this. So I think it will be helpful because again, it's such a large amount of money to really explain this bit of things, because I think it's also like we're talking about one-time occurrences, but some of these funds actually are recurring, which is what is throwing me off as well. But we can talk about it separately, and hopefully, once I get it.
I also want to, I think also it's being identified with more clarity than you might have had in the past. So it might be like, why didn't I hear about this before?
No, we talked about it exhaustively. The circuit breaker to use.
But I think it precedes even last year coming into this year.
Well, actually, I will say that what I find confusing is that it's now been identified as a structural funding deficit with a specific dollar amount, as opposed to an overall structural deficit in out-of-district tuition and OSS spending, which I think there's a distinction there.
I don't think it is, oh, well, I don't think it's attributed to tuition. It's actually other things,
Right.
but maybe, yes.
So maybe I can just speak to that piece.
I just want to note that, Mariah, yes, I think that we would all like to be part of that conversation. So just, let's make sure we are able to.
Yeah, and I just meant that, like, hopefully if I understood it, because if I don't understand it, I think it's probably not understandable. And so hopefully if I can understand it, not to be like a snob about it, just like I'm keeping the nerdy weeds.
We were all thinking that, so don't worry. We're all like, if she doesn't understand it.
I just wanted to note that.
Yes,
So,
but like it's a public consumption question, but I think we probably shouldn't try and figure it out right now in the interest of time. It's just to put a pin in for like a future, okay.
Sure. Next time you come in for a warrant, I'll sit down. But what I do want to say, to be clear, the problem wasn't in the structural deficit wasn't associated with tuition. In order to use circuit breaker money, it has to be a special education related expense. So that's why the tuition was used to move off of our books to balance the books. So let's be clear, the problem wasn't that we overspent tuitions. It just happens to be the vehicle we're using for one-time revenue happens to be the circuit breaker, and the only thing we can charge to the circuit breaker fund is what we have been charging, which is tuition. So let's just be clear, it's not that we overspent and the problem was there.
But that seems like a really weird revisionist history from our conversations of like a year ago, where we talked about how much money was being spent in OSS. So it's weird to me that we're now saying we weren't overspending, because there was a lot.
We were in transportation.
But that's why I said OOD, well, / OSS. That's why I backed it up. There was a larger overspending thing happening here.
That's what I was saying. That's what I'm saying. It wasn't that we overspent the tuition line by $2 million last year.
Fair.
That's what I was saying.
Okay.
Yep.
At the same time, the tuition line is large, so you might have been talking about the largeness of the tuition line, but in fact,
Settlements, there was all kinds of
it is
things.
a large number.
What is the driver of,
Yes.
right, that type of thing?
Okay. Remember what's next, actually? What is next? Robin. Robin next.
So there was a question about That's okay. There was a question about administrators who teach or don't teach, right? And is there a possibility of? So I thought it was important here to outline that we actually do have administrators that do have some teaching load currently. So at BHS and our K-12 coordinators who are located at BHS but really support our students K-12, they are all Unit B employees and they have a 0.2 teaching load currently. Our K-8 coordinators do not. Our 6 through 8 world language coordinator does teach 0.2. Okay. Our BHS associate deans, who are Unit A, also have a 0.2 teaching load as part of their responsibilities. And the BHS assistant head of school has a 0.25 teaching load. So those are currently our administrators who are teaching, responsible for teaching classes as part of their overall duties.
So the coordinators at the high school that are not K-12 coordinators do not teach 0.2.
No, the 9 through 12, and maybe it should be outlined that way on the slide, but the 9 through 12, the K through 12, and the K through 12.
You said that. Yep.
Yeah, coordinators all teach 0.2. The only coordinators that do not teach are the K through 8 coordinators. None of our vice principals in our K-8s, have a teaching responsibility.
And the full deans
And the full
don't.
deans, and the full deans at the high school.
You can keep going. Oh, Mariah?
Is that standard with other districts? I'm just curious about, like, for example, vice principals. I remember when I went to Lawrence many, many years ago, our gym teacher was also our vice principal, and I'm just curious whether in other districts they carry a teaching load.
Not typically. I was a vice principal for many years. I did not have a teaching load. And as a principal, my vice principal did not.
Usually it means they're carrying a supervision load.
Supervision load,
And discipline.
responsibility for discipline.
Yeah.
So that really is, I mean, is part of their responsibilities.
Bob?
I just want to add my voice to anybody who believes that just about every administrator in a school system should teach a class. I have some experience with that, and lots of people would say the administrators have huge workload, which they do. But I think we should also always explore it because there's potential savings there, significant savings. For example, how many vice principals do we have in the system?
I don't know how many we have total. We have, yeah,
How many vice principals?
I'd have to kind of,
How many?
So Bob, because you spoke, I have to speak now too. I have a real hard time with that because administrators always get pulled away for whatever the latest crisis is. And so are you going to have them like team teach so that there's
Okay,
somebody left behind?
I don't want to get into a debate with you, Sarah, about this, but when I decided to teach an English class, Points of View at Brookline High School many, many years ago, everybody said, Bob, you can't do that because there's crises. And I said, you know what? I got 20-something administrators. I'm not the person who has to handle a crisis unless it's like, you know, a monstrous crisis. Then obviously, I taught, this is just a fact. I taught Points of View, F block, every day, 4 days a week at Brookline High School. I was never pulled out of my classroom for 20 years. So it's possible. And the feedback that we get by administrators teaching is very positive because then you're doing the job that most everybody else in the school does. So I would be, you know, I just think that there's if you have just, say, let's just say 10 vice principals teach one class in the middle school, right? And each class is worth probably 20 grand. So there's 200 grand savings every year. So I would, you know, I just want to throw that out as a potential savings. And I'm not at all worried, Sarah, that there would be crises that constantly pull the vice principal out of a classroom or a dean out of the classroom. You know, I think there's big money to be saved there. And I know, again, I don't want to talk about me, but when I left Brookline High, many teachers came over to me and said, when we saw you walking into room 342 with your textbooks and with your stupid green rank book that I had because I wasn't computer savvy with grading, they said it really affirmed what they were doing because they knew they knew I was a busy person. So I'm strongly supportive of as many administrators as possible teaching, including vice principals, coordinators, et cetera. Thank you.
Good point. Thank you. Robin?
I just have to also share that the work of our vice principals is partially crisis response. As a vice principal, I was a critical member of a crisis response team and needed to be able to mobilize and work with my counselors and my BCBAs at any moment. And that was true for me as a middle school principal as well. So I think we, you know, when we make broad statements, I think we also have to think critically about what the roles of people are in the, so.
Thank you. Thank you. You can continue.
Okay, so there were questions about the ed tech specialists, the ETSs. And, you know, we've heard a lot of, you know, a lot of conversation has happened around this role. And I guess I just have to say that any of the decisions that we made around staffing cuts were not made easily. and they were made in collaboration as a team with our principals as a whole, as a leadership team and with our principals, and they were hard decisions. In making this decision, we had to think about that while they do teach our students, and they are important resources for instruction for our teachers, they do not carry a specific solo assigned teaching load. And by that, I mean that the way that their position has been constructed is very similar to our literacy and math coaches in the sense they are working with another Unit A member. They're generally the student's classroom teacher in the way that we're structured it currently. And so as we discussed how this might be enacted, we thought about the reduction across the district. We did consider impacts, and it's not a decision that's made without impact for teachers and students, and we understand that. And it was a decision hard made. So that's how I would frame it. I don't know if anybody else that was part of those conversations would like to be part of, add to that, but I just have to stress that this was a decision made as a leadership team with our 8K8 principals.
Go ahead.
The question that was actually written, which was mine, is what is different about this year's proposal to eliminate ETS staff compared to last year's proposal that was rejected by school committee? And I don't really think that was answered, and I appreciate what you're saying, but I feel like some of this is a little bit of been there, done that, and didn't do that. So, but that's maybe a comment for later in the conversation.
And I understand that. And I think as we entered that deliberation, we knew that this had been brought up and rejected in the past. And I think as we built our budget from the ground up, trying to really think critically, we had to have the conversation again, as we had many other conversations alongside it.
I will say this, that this team is different than last year's team and maybe the team before, and it's been the same recommendation for 3 years in a row. So it's 3 different sets of administrative leadership. Well, at least 2 very different teams with the same recommendation.
Was the recommendation, I don't remember this, was it exactly the same last year?
It was to have them, if I recall, but it was 0.5, 0.5. It wasn't framed as a 0.6, 0.4 with a bigger school. So it was subtly different, but
I see.
broad brush strokes the same.
Okay.
Our thinking was with a larger, smaller school to prevent or mitigate travel during the day. So they will be wholly at one school for the full day.
A question, Sarah,
Yep, Jesse?
about ETS. When you look at the full spectrum of ways in which we're educating our kids in the 21st century, the primary approach with Chromebooks and with online curricula is in a digital framework. Obviously, there's a lot of things that happen human to human in the classroom, but digital literacy and the bridging between the technology and the education seems absolutely unqualified required. And so, some of the testimony we heard 2 weeks ago and tonight speaks to that, where it's hard when you're not in front of a classroom as a full FTE teaching to, I don't know, maybe be measured, and we didn't hear anything about measurements, to be measured in terms of impact. You measure a teacher by how kids, pass tests in subject areas, and they're there in front of the class. This position's different, much in a sense more wide-ranging. It crosses over so many academic disciplines that that sort of speak to the core of how we deliver education. So I guess my question, that's a comment about this, but The question is, similar to the library, comments we heard. I mean, obviously, none of the speakers are going to give us like options, like, key BTS, but if you had to, look here or look there. And it places us as a school committee in a very uncomfortable, in a sense, difficult situation, because no one's providing options. They're just advocating for what they don't want to lose. I don't say that in any way to mean that people are selfish, not at all, God forbid. But they have a single issue in mind, which is not to lose this particular thing. And in the case, in my looking at it, troubleshooting classroom technology and developing what we heard from folks in terms of, tech-enabled innovative lesson plans, things that many of our teachers across the K to 12 don't have. I mean, they just don't have. And if we believe in digital literacy and the onslaught of AI everywhere, what else could we be doing to, again, as we did last year on school committee, protect all the positions and yet find opportunities for cost cutting in other places?
I understand why Jesse's speaking right now, because we have been all listening for a while, and we really do want to deliberate. Are we comfortable having a conversation, or should we wait until that there's a motion on the table before, like, should we let them continue? Because I wanted to say what Jesse said too, like, I've been sitting here wanting to say these things, right? But do we need to move ahead? So is that okay, Jesse? I understand, So yeah, let's let why don't you continue?
Yeah. No, that's fine. That's fine. I mean, I thought we were sort of at that point. I apologize if it was out of
Yeah,
order alignment with the
No,
conversation.
not out of order, but Robin is in the room and you can't see her. She said that she's pretty close to being done, so let's let her finish. Thank you.
I think we're on to the next
Well,
slide.
yeah, also I can't see whatever, if there's something being screen shared, it's not showing for me.
Oh, no.
So
Okay.
that's why I didn't know where we were in the sequence. Sorry.
So, yeah, so we don't have these slides in our materials, right? We only have the narrative. Is that the case? Yeah.
When it
So
switches to-
we're sorry
okay,
about
fine.
that, Jesse.
No problem. I'll just keep listening. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
So I want to reiterate something that Robin said. I think all of these reductions, and particularly this one, and in fact all of them, are really made, I think, from all of us under duress, right? The duress of a significant structural deficit. And we are in the landscape of impossible trade-offs. As you've heard tonight, our guidance counselors, our social workers, our psychologists are the emotional heartbeats of our school. As a clinical psychologist by training and as a former guidance counselor, this is an incredibly difficult place to be standing up in terms of this. The question that was asked, which I want to really speak to, was really around how this decision was made and what were the ratios, which we'll look at it at a different side. I also want to say that seeing the data and knowing the data does not change the significant loss of an incredibly talented, dedicated, important person in any school. So I just want to recognize that. So we looked at the OSS team, as Robin said, all of these decisions were made with our principals, with the OSS team, and we really did, and we were tasked with doing, as unfortunately leaders are required to do, again, facing the kind of deficit that we're facing, with a holistic review of staffing of needs within and across schools. And so we look at the whole picture in terms of our schools are diverse, there's variation of student need, as you'll see in the data, there's variation of caseload. And so we take a holistic, we're not looking at a single number in terms of, and we look at it with a lens of equity and parity, what is equitable, what is sustainable. We want our schools to be staffed well, but we are not chipping around the edges here. We are absolutely, when all of the things that you've heard, these are all impacts to students and to staff. There is no mistake about any of these. One of the things we looked at is, of course, enrollment trends, and that, we know in terms of our class reductions, what are the service demands, and what are our operational functions? As I've already said, we look at the variation of needs. Our schools are different and their staffing is different. So there's not an expectation that schools and staffing are always going to look exactly the same. They shouldn't. They should be differentiated. These should be really thoughtful discussions. I also want to say that all of the reductions are position level adjustments, as Bella has already shared, right? And the individual impact is determined by contractual seniority. So adjustments are considered, and this is both, within general ed, and you've already heard the ASCA guidelines are 1 to 250, and we use that as a professional guideline, right? And you certainly heard that many people feel that that's too high, right? But that is the professional standard that we certainly have always used as our benchmark. We use guardrails and not cliffs. And what I mean by that is it's not a single number that when you get to X number, we make a reduction, right? We watch numbers, both schools that are under-aligned and schools that are over-aligned in terms of as we try and keep our numbers as close to those professional recommendations as possible. So the adjustments are considered, as you can see, below professional guidelines, experience sustained enrollment decline, and then very much below standards and district averages. Next slide. So as you can see in the data, as I said, the ASCA guidelines are 1 to 250. Driscoll's guidelines next year with the reduction will be 1 to 262. What you're looking out in terms of the current ratios is currently, so this is for FY26, for all 8 elementary schools. You will notice that Pierce has an asterisk. Pierce is also below the ASCA guidelines, and that will be looked at and monitored, but they're in 2 buildings. And so if and when enrollment may change, that would be relooked at. And so again, as we were looking at staffing holistically across the district, this is how and why the decision was made in terms of equity and parity. You will also notice that Rough and Ridley is on the higher end of those guardrails, and that is also something we pay attention to. And so I know people wanted to see the different ratios across the school. Our ratio for across is 1 to 242 next year, I believe, for FY27. That's the average. That's the average is 1 to 242. And you can see we have, within that we have variation. It does align Driscoll more in line with our other elementary schools. But as I said, the data does not curtail, the significant loss. I do want to say, and it is a very small saving grace, that we do have a retirement, and I very much hope that Jackie will be able to remain and would be willing to remain in the district should this position be reduced. Any questions?
I saw a hand. Carolyn? Okay, sorry, I'm going to go to Donna first.
What's the ratio at BHS?
The ratio, I don't actually have the exact ratio. I actually asked Matt about that the other day, and he was going to calculate for me. It's not that straightforward because there are 2 career counselors. So he was going to get the ratio. The ratio at the high school has always been lower than the 1 to 250. The role of the guidance counselor at the high school is a different role. But I'll get you the exact number. He's actually working on that.
And the ratio the average that you mentioned, the 1 to 240 is across the K-8s then?
That's just K-8, yeah. This is not, if we calculated in with the high school, the ratio would be slightly lower than that because their ratios are lower.
Carolyn.
And at Driscoll, is this staffing separate of Winthrop? Do these guidance counselors work with Winthrop House students at Driscoll?
No, Winthrop House has their own clinical psychologist attached to the program.
And that psychologist only works with Winthrop House students?
Both at the middle school and high school, correct.
And this is a follow-up question. Now that you've shown us this column, which is sort of interesting, I'm loath to ask this question because it's not directly related to the budget, but maybe it sort of is. Is there not a way to sort of even out the FRR and the Pierce by having like one person do 0.2 of their time or something? That, no.
It doesn't really work
Yeah.
when you do that.
Suzanne?
Yeah, Karen, could you just remind me, do we have a social worker then at each school? Or where are we with that?
We have a full-time social worker in all our K-8 elementary schools, and then we have at least a full-time psychologist in all the K-8 elementary schools. Some of the larger ones in schools with programs have a 1.6 or a 1.8 or a 2.0.
And so just to help me remember, so do the psychologists might see students?
Correct.
Counseling, therapy?
Psychologists see students both in general ed and special ed, but they also do all the IEP evaluations.
And our social workers, I know they work with families a lot, and how do they interact with the individual students or?
So social workers have a caseload of individual students as well, both in general ed and special ed, and do a lot of the wraparound support and family engagement.
Okay.
But all three of those positions work with students.
Okay, thank you.
So the next question was really around some of the OAF restructuring, and it was around, are we going to be adequately staffed in that department with this restructuring in place? So just for those that weren't here, the position of finance director was added. It's a fairly recent position. And with the shifts that have occurred over the last year, it's allowed us to be able to really think about how do we be more efficient, not just in OAF, but in support of all of the other offices. And so the restructuring is not just looking at the finance function, but how has some of these finance functions been kind of offloaded in other areas, and how do we bring that together so that we're able to provide maybe a higher level of support across the board. So some of the elements that enable us to do that is by looking at, in particular, our time and attendance system. So just for those who don't know, the finance director oversaw all payroll functions as well as school accounting. In this model, we have a person that will oversee the accounting, and we have our payroll and benefits manager who will be overseeing the payroll function. So it's kind of peeling off a layer and having those two positions report directly to me. But for us to be able to move some of this body of work around, there's some systems work that needs to take place. And so implementing or resetting the attendance system and adding a timekeeping system will help streamline some of our processes and help us to be able to maintain better documentation throughout the district. So with those kinds of efficiencies implemented and then redistributing the work amongst existing staff and then consolidating these functions, we feel that this model will be able to serve us in the future at a level where we're not currently able to do at this point in time.
Suzanne?
Yeah, Susan, could you just talk about HR? Is there going to be restructuring in HR?
That's a component of it. So that's why there's a lot of interplay between HR and payroll, as you can imagine. And so some of the pain points that we've had in our system is the attendance system and syncing up some of our systems so that staff get timely, accurate information. And there's been some challenges around that. It's been longstanding challenges. These aren't new challenges. These are perennial challenges that we've tried in a variety of ways to address. There are new products out here that schools can use that weren't available years ago. So right now we use a product called Frontline or ASOP. And that was like the only game in town for tracking attendance and substitutes. And there's other products that are out there that schools report are quite slick and work very well and are comparable. So we're going to look at some of those systems. Also, the timekeeping system is, we don't have one. And the paper records are not always maintained at the level you want to. And then everything becomes more manual processes than automated processes. So what we'll be moving off of HR is the attendance piece, so the management of leave. Because leave is directly connected to accumulation of benefits and pay. And so that would be brought over under the payroll manager who has extensive experience with that work. But we do need to automate some of these and course correct on some of our systems in order to be able to do that. And that will allow us, by moving that entire body of work off of the HR department, that's what's enabling us to be able to reduce 1 FTE over there. There's also some onboarding components that are currently done in HR that would then be done by a member of the payroll team. So we feel that, again, some of the model that we had in place served us. And as we've automated some of the systems and we've gotten more efficiencies as I've been here, it's allowed us to be able to kind of rethink how we're doing things, given that we have fewer staff and such a huge financial challenge again this year.
Thank you. I don't know if we're nearing the end, but okay.
We are.
Okay.
Now it moves. So the next two slides are really about the vote that's taken tonight. So the first slide here really, for those who weren't here last year, may not be aware, but there is a town bylaw. And that bylaw requires that the superintendent of schools and the town administrator submit their budget appropriations by the 15th of February. And so I just wanted to cite that so you know why we're doing that here. That's very early. I've not seen that requirement in other places that I've been, but it is one that we have to abide by. And so on the next slide, you'll have the standard vote that you've taken over the last number of years in order to comply with that, so that the superintendent can submit the appropriation in accordance with that. And so this is the action that the school committee has taken the last several years in support of that bylaw.
Well, I really appreciate all the information. And I have to say, the way that I work, I really enjoy receiving the narrative ahead as opposed to slides, and then having you speak off of slides where you're feeling a little bit of the narrative as you go. That was all really appreciated tonight. Thank you. So, yes.
So are we going to take a vote on the budget?
I think that it would be a great idea to put forward an idea, and then we will have the discussion after that. So would you like to put forward a motion? I'm so tired. So I'll do it.
And sorry, I just want to make sure I'm clear. This is for the number, not the allocations.
I think it's the budget. Carolyn was asking, are we going to put forward a motion for the number or for the allocations or for both?
Well, the motion's on the screen.
The motion's on the slide.
Yeah.
But we can accept that or make our own.
Right.
Yep.
Historical formula for the past couple.
Yep.
I know no one's moved it yet, and normally I would be the first one to champ at the bit, but I have a hard time with the motion this year because I have a hard time with the ETS decision and the librarian decision. And so knowing that those are baked into this number, I almost want to say to modify it to backfill those and then say we would continue working on it. I know that we are in this huge budget gap, but also I know that these positions represent what I believe is what, like, it's critical. Jesse spoke to it earlier, and it's just so critical to like how we think about education, making our students, one of our speakers earlier used the term future ready. And I think that that was really well put. 10 years ago, you might say, oh, well, we don't need ETS. Maybe 5 years ago. Like, have any of you seen Sora in the past like 2 months?
We all really want to start deliberating.
I know, I'm just saying, this is why I'm not making the motion.
I
You're
really,
right.
I really appreciate the way that you're saying that, because tonight we do have to come forward with a vote, right? Yes. And so you, as always, you're very much thinking ahead to what will get us to that. So do you want to?
Okay, I'm gonna wing it.
Yeah, go for it.
I did not plan this because I was having such a existential crisis over here in the corner. But
Oh, excuse me, 1 second, Mariah. Jesse, would you like to speak before Mariah?
should I not finish the motion sentence? Okay.
My question, thank you. My question has to do with the number that Bella put out tonight. Let's just say it in round numbers, $151 million. I don't have it in front of me. If we're voting the $151 million to go to the town as our proposal, it's a proposal, right? So if we're doing it as a total, then I think that means that between now and March 20th or something, based on the schedule Bella showed, there's going to be multiple discussions about how to do what we did last year, Mariah, which was to get recommendations from the superintendent on where we'll have to cut to bring it down, bring the gap down, and making adjustments all along the way. So I'm okay with making the motion as long as the clear understanding is that this is not to seal the fate of any of the decisions that have been made up to now. This is just a proposal from the district, not a final
Proposed
decision.
budget.
But Jesse, a budget is a statement of values and priorities, right? And if I don't,
I agree.
if I can't get my statement right on like the first moment, then I'm not ready to do it. So that's all.
Yeah, so I mean, yeah, so I guess, yeah. So I guess my sense is, Sarah, if this means that we're tacitly approving the proposals in staff reductions as presented this evening, if we vote for this $151 million and change, then I have a problem. If
Well,
it's,
that's the difficulty of the early date.
then yeah, but okay, so two comments there, okay? One is, this is just a proposal, and in at least last year, we had the opportunity over several weeks to hear from multiple components within the community, as well as to have in-depth conversations, multiple FAQ cycles, to get ourselves to a position where we could at least get a majority. And the second thing I'll say about that is, what I find very troubling is that the last 3 years of the town revenue allocation were funded by the last override. And we have absolutely no indication that the coming override will be passed. And so I'm very concerned that we're not looking at a proposal that has a no override scenario in it. And that gives us, if we had it, and what concomitant reductions would accrue, we'd have some room, like a floor and a ceiling, Mariah, or something, to look between and say, if this much gets funded, this is what we do. If that much gets funded, this is what we do. And if everything we're asking for gets funded, which may not happen, then this is what we do. Total right now, I mean, the 19.7 that Bella mentioned and the 5.3 of the town at last reading is almost $25 million. It's sort of significant. And we should, I think as a school committee, we should have visibility into what would happen if we didn't get all the money that we're asking for.
Anna?
Do you want to go first, Andy? Because you had your hand up.
Since this is directly to what Jesse was saying, and maybe okay, thanks, Donna. Yeah, I mean, Jesse, you were saying that like whatever we vote now, yes, there can be further deliberation, but I do think that as a practical matter, like as time goes on from here, like our number can only go down. I would be shocked if there were any opportunity to raise it from here, and so I do think that any cuts that are embodied in this 151 million number, if we were to vote this language now, we're basically committed to those cuts, right? Just practically speaking.
Well, unless we supplant them with other cuts. I mean, we could come up, we could brainstorm as a school committee and maybe come up with 2 or 3 other options that protect
Yeah.
ETS and the libraries and, still get us to the 151 or even save us money. I mean, we haven't done that yet.
I think that's a theoretical possibility. I just don't see that happening practically. So,
Okay, well, thanks
So-
for, I appreciate the comment.
Donna?
I think what Jesse said resonated for me, and I'm not I guess I wouldn't be comfortable carving specific cuts out of the vote we're taking tonight, because I feel like it's then unfair to the ones that are still in there. Does that make sense? Like I think I'm not sure why we would be carving something out at this point rather than having full discussions and dialogue and then deciding what we're carving out, because then you're sort of, that makes me uncomfortable. I would not vote that way.
Mariah?
I think that I could make a motion along the lines of something like, wordsmithers, feel free to get ready to make this better. Whereas the superintendent's proposed FY27 budget is 150, et cetera, what's written there. There is an additional 4 positions. It's 4, right? Is it 4? 5? I'm sorry. Okay, 5 FTE, the 4 plus 1. Yes, thank you. Correct, the 4 plus 1.
I don't know which one you're talking about.
Library and tech ed is 5 FTE, right?
It's the proposal was for the 8K8 ETS to go to 4.0 for the
Yes.
K8, and then of the 5 librarians at the high school to go to 4.
So that's a net negative of 5.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's where the 5.
4 ETS plus 1 librarian equals 5, right?
There aren't 5 librarians at the high school currently. There are 4 librarians at the high school.
But we're talking about a net negative of 1 at the,
Sorry, I was just referring to what Bella said.
Can we confirm that? Is it 5 to 4 or 4?
I thought we said 4 at the main campus, 1 in the 9th grade building, and would be going down from 4 to 3.
3 at the main.
it's a reduction of one librarian and 4 ETS.
Yeah,
And so
exactly.
voted, the superintendent's budget is this, and there are these 4 positions that we wish to restore, and the town allocation is currently 144, et cetera, and then the rest of the wording continues. So we essentially, I'm not trying to dollarize the value of the 4 on the fly, I'm just saying that we wish to restore them.
But why are we,
It's important to me, which is why I'm presenting it that way. Other people can feel differently about it. I just feel like those 4 positions are really important to not leave the gate with them on the cutting floor.
Does wish to restore mean we're committed to restoring them?
Jesse just alluded to the fact that there's $20 million that if we have we could be going back to a budget of 8 years ago, 5 years ago. I can't remember when 130 million was last our budget, but I'm starting with the budget that I would feel relatively, I would feel supportive of. And then as you, I think, just said, it's only going down from here. But this is the budget where I think those 4 positions, I won't vote for it if it doesn't have those 4 positions restored.
Bella?
So my understanding is that at this time, it's the 4 that come out, and then we have the rest of the budget process to work with. It doesn't mean that, it just means for now, at this point, you would want them to come.
I would want them to be restored.
Yes.
Yes. Right. We're still going to have to go through the rest, right? But my
Understanding,
starting point is with those 4 restored in the budget.
I'm sorry, Mariah, I have to clarify. Are you saying you want to change the number, or you just?
I'm not going to propose to change the number on the fly because I don't want to ask staff for project an exact dollar amount, but I would basically say it's that plus the restoration of the 4 positions and not try to quantify that on the fly in this moment.
But but as you're thinking about this, you're putting a monetary
I
value?
keep saying 4, but it's 5, I think, right?
It's
Sorry,
5.
I'm sorry. It is a late.
So I just want to make sure I understand. We're not going to ask someone to tell us, we don't know exactly the number, but you're thinking of it that way. You're not saying.
Yes, I'm thinking that there's an additional dollar amount associated with that and understanding.
That comes back.
Yes.
What if, I often think of each position as about 100,000, give or take. So that's 5 positions, that's $500,000 more. Maybe.
So.
I know, maybe, but if you just put it in.
I don't think that's what Susan budgets at, and I don't want to guess at a dollar amount. I just think we know it's a 5 FTE, and that's one thing we know. That's all.
Bob?
Yeah, as we continue annually.
I think that we should put a motion on the table and then have deliberation. Bob, would you be able to hold that thought for a second?
I just want to preface the motion and the discussion by saying that that every year, the school committee is faced with an ugly financial situation, cutting very important people in the system that we need, great, terrific people. And I just want to put it in the broader context that this week, I guess it was the Government Relations Subcommittee that organized a meeting with all of our legislators, including Jake Auchincloss in DC, and the report that the Government Relations Committee presented to the legislators, the state reps, state senators, and Representative Auchincloss, was the report that we prepared was prefaced by a report by the Mass Municipal Association that was published in October. And I just think that, as we sort of have a smaller local discussion, it needs to be placed in the larger context. And the report that we referenced was called A Perfect Storm. And I guess I want to say loud that Brookline is not alone in these kinds of deliberations. The perfect storm is the perfect financial disaster that continues to face the state and other states, excuse me, as well. And so the public needs to understand that our deliberations are in the context of a treacherous financial condition that all communities in the state face. And Brookline is one of those. And we are not alone. And I think the solution needs to come from the state and from the national government. I just say one more thing, that the IDEA program that was adopted in 1974 promised to fully fund special education. It never comes close to that. Chapter 766 in Massachusetts was supposed to fully fund special education. It hasn't. And so here we are, again, looking at a budget that's going to impact many, many high-quality people who serve our children well. And I just want, again, I'm being loud stating that Brookline is not alone. And the remedy is not really a Brookline remedy, because Brookline does not have the resources to fix this mess. And so we have to continue to work with the legislators and continue to work with the national leaders who represent us and help the schools staff themselves in a meaningful way. It's incredibly frustrating, just about every year. I mean, I've been in this business for a really long time.
I think Jesse wants to speak. Did somebody?
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Yeah. Without additional commentary, I'll make the following motion, and then if we don't like it, we can change it.
Oh, I'll tell you, yeah.
Did your
Jesse,
motion get going?
Do you want to hear Mariah's motion again? Would you
Yes,
mind?
please. Yes, please.
Can we hear her motion?
Okay, the motion is, maybe I'll be more eloquent this time and get the number right. The superintendent's proposed FY27 budget is $150,898,826. And there are 5 positions to restore. And the town allocation is currently, I'll say, and an additional 5 positions to restore. And the town allocation is currently $144,533,297. The school committee will continue, et cetera, et cetera. So it's basically adding back the 5 positions to restore.
Yes, I would second that. Then we can go on to discussions and commentary.
And now we can discuss. Andy, hold on. What do you think?
I'm struggling with the wording that Mariah just came out with. I mean, can we use it? Can we insert the phrase something like, the budget is 151 million, not including the cost of 5 positions that the school committee would like to restore?
Amazing. Thank you. Not including the cost of 5 positions.
That the school committee would like
Friendly
to restore.
amendment accepted wholeheartedly. Thank you.
Is that a friendly
So that,
Very friendly and welcome accepted.
so that would be a bigger number.
Right, you're going to end up at a bigger, that
It's
was
a
always
bigger
going to be a
number.
bigger number.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Yep.
So do we need to second that friendly amendment?
Jesse, do you second the friendly amendment wording?
I do.
Thank you.
So do we have to vote separately on that? No, it's friendly. It's friendly.
No,
And
it's
now we're going to have a
it's moving
conversation,
them.
but I think I had Carolyn before Donna raised her hand.
So with all due respect to Mariah, of course, I am a no on changing the number. Bella and her team and the principals, much as it's obviously horrible to contemplate this. And it's obviously terrible to contemplate. And to be clear, should we vote either number, the exact decisions are not what we're making. We're going to be spending weeks continuing to deliberate. I don't feel it would be fiscally responsible for us to vote a number that is not the number that was arrived at by the superintendent, staff, and through much discussion with our town partners, the work of the Expenditures and Revenue Study Committee. And when these kinds of proposals have been made before, I think it's been disruptive for those reasons. And it's obviously, I agree with Bob, we all know we're not alone. It's a difficult time for municipalities. Be that as it may, our job is to work with the money that we have. And I feel that, I feel a responsibility to that, and I feel a responsibility to the implications of trying to go outside that in terms of, if we do want an override to pass, but we're sort of, this might be a little exaggeration, but kind of going rogue out of the gate. I just think we have to really be prudent in our decisions at this point in order to do the best we can.
Thank you. Jesse?
Is the current motion to add the FTEs on top of the budget? Is that what Andy had made as the friendly amendment?
Not including the cost of the 5 positions the school committee would like to restore.
Not including the cost. So how does that? Not
So the
including
number is
cost?
larger.
It goes,
Well,
you mean,
not
how does it?
necessarily. Not necessarily, because let's say the school department can find the 5 FTEs worth of expense somewhere else. Then it stays. I'm totally behind Bella's total. I'm not behind those cuts. So those specific cuts. So why is it necessarily true, or maybe it's in that the 5 FTE have to be above and beyond? Why can't we just find, I didn't say it's going to be easy, but why can't we find or go back to the drawing board a little bit and find those 5 FTEs, the equivalent of it? Maybe it's partial.
Because they're
professional-
not in the proposed budget, Jesse. They are actually eliminated from the budget. That's why. Because
but-
the budget isn't a dollar amount, the budget is a book that is a plan. That's why semantically, theoretically, you're right, but in practicality, the budget book articulates which positions are funded and they are not funded.
So we don't really have a choice to have a continuing set of meaningful discussions about the elements of the budget book, Mariah. This is it tonight.
No, we're going to go through the whole thing. This vote is just about, like, we have to transmit something. The vote is that we're supposed to send something to the town by February 15th. It's the slide before this one.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, so that's the rule or the bylaw. And so that we basically make this a vote saying this is what we've done for now, and we know that we haven't met the budget, so we're going to keep working on it. That's what our vote is.
Donna?
So
Okay.
I think I've sat on the other side of this table and at home for probably 10 years watching school committee meetings. The impetus to carve something out of carve something out of the number that we're voting tonight is not something that I don't think that has been part of past practice. Most of the deliberations on what you like or don't like in the budget happens after you take this vote. I'll say I'm uncomfortable prioritizing something specific without having a really keen understanding of what the impacts are when you're carving that out now without having the opportunity to sort of explore more holistically what else is in here. That $500,000, just to use your numbers, has an impact somewhere else. And so I'm not comfortable voting yes because that would mean I'm making a decision without the opportunity for the superintendent and the superintendent's team and the principals and all the other folks that are involved to go through their process that they need to go through to come up with.
Can I respond to that, Sarah?
I just wanted to get in one idea, is that one thing that makes me very uncomfortable is to not have staff know what the answer is going to be. So I assume that we would never do anything here that we like intend to later cut, right? But that's a tough one, right? Is the roller coaster of, oh, it's back in, and then later on, is it back out?
We don't know anything about, we have a $20 million deficit over the next 3 years. The idea that anybody thinks that anything is safe, frankly, is a delusion. And to worry about, like, frankly, this thing, given the broader financial context, I'm sorry, but like, it's diluted to feel like this is going to be the one thing that is going to break the budget. The budget is going to break without a successful
If it's the one
vote.
thing, if it is diluted and there's not one thing, so why are we focused on the one thing? Like,
Because I find it, I made the motion because I find it something that I think should be in the school system, and that's why I added it. It's important to me
I
of the
understand
reduction.
that, but I'm saying, I totally understand that and I respect that. I'm saying that this vote, in my opinion, is not where we typically have these conversations or historically you've had those conversations. And so doing that at this point means then I would feel like, well, then I'm going to make, like I want to argue for something else or I want to.
But you can, that's what the point is. Right now, anyone could make an amendment to strip the additional language I put in.
Mariah,
Yeah.
I know that I can.
Okay, good.
I get that I can. I'm explaining why I would not vote for it. That's all. I know what I can and can't do. I'm just saying the reason I'm not doing it is because I don't think that's the appropriate place for it. So that's why I would vote no.
And just if somebody didn't know, what we could do is we could vote it down and then have a continued conversation and a new motion.
Correct.
Yep.
Or someone could amend it now
someone could amend it.
before we actually take a vote.
Bella?
I appreciate the feelings behind the motion. Oh, I'll just bring the mic closer to me. Yes, thank you. I appreciate the thought behind the motion, and it's not like we went through these conversations and everything was like easy.
Right.
So when members are speaking to the value of reductions that we're speaking of, I have to say I get that. And maybe it's just an important point. We're at a very preliminary stage. And so the way I receive the information is that these decisions are going to be hard. And we can accept in this moment that it's early. I hear like it's too early in the process for, speaking for you, Mariah, for me to accept this reduction at this point.
Yes.
It's just early. It's early, and I'd like to take that back, like put it back off the table for now. But the reality is, we have a tremendous challenge in front of us. I don't see having it restored as being a line drawn in the sand as we continue to deliberate. I also appreciate someone saying, oh, you know, the back and forth is hard. I think the back and forth, the uncertainty will be hard because I think we are anticipating the possibility of an override. We don't know what the size of the override is going to be, and I would like to assert that we, hopefully, I'd like the proposed budget, even in reversal, to be fully supported. And I also realize what it means on the multi-year. It's just the start of a process, and I don't think we have to be at odds at each other, acknowledging what this process means. And but we will have to continue to refine the budget. We anticipate a revision coming out after break, and it's not because we haven't invested enough time in it. It's simply we don't have all the information we need, and so we're trying to. And I know people are working hard to get that information to us, and some of it just won't come. It's the timing, and that makes it challenging for all of us. I guess I'm saying that yes, in the presentation to you, it reflected a lot of hard work that was not unemotional, and you might hear the emotion close, because I find this process very hard because it impacts people. There's not enough expenses that we can use to close the gap. So so just to say, I understand restoring the positions is not a lack of faith in the work that we have performed. Yes. It's a statement that at this point there's uncomfortability about what it means or the impact to that function. And so we have a lot more work to do, and so I just wanted to say that, if that was helpful.
And I know that you want us to get along as a school committee and come together, but I want to tell you that this is where we're at our best. We are okay disagreeing about budget, and nobody's feelings are going to get hurt. Like these conversations are hard because there's passion in them, and we feel strongly, but we can get through. We'll get through it.
I think it's a very collaborative discussion. I think that it's an important discussion, and I think the public in Brookline wants to see us work well together, and that doesn't mean not arguing. And so I respect the superintendent's work on this, and I would move forward with her recommendation on the budget, which is a tentative decision that we have to make. So. I know.
It's his explanation. Jesse?
All right, maybe I'm sorry if I missed something here, but a half hour ago, I asked the question and Bella said this is just the beginning of a process. And at the same time, on Sunday, we have to give a number that we voted to the town. So this doesn't really give us time to talk about it. If I'm hearing what you said, right, this doesn't really give us time to talk about it in 2 weeks and in 2 weeks and in 2 weeks until we get to mid-March. We can talk about it, but this number embeds certain changes that some of the school committee may not be comfortable with. If there is an opportunity, as Bella alluded to a few minutes ago, oh, there'll be other changes and oh, we're going to provide you with something different in 2 weeks, then I'm okay with it without any amendments. Just we vote the 151 million as currently proposed, and then we have opportunities as changes come back to us to continue to stress the real pain points some of us have with the current proposal. So I'm sort of stuck again. I don't know what.
Sarah,
Yep, Mariah?
Bella, can you articulate, this was something I asked last week, but I think maybe Jesse, like the question is, what is the process over the next coming weeks? And part of it you alluded to earlier when you said, like, we're waiting for the allocation, and so there's a lot of sort of question marks. But for example, if the allocation, and we have a preliminary FY27 allocation, there's gonna be more information coming out over the next couple of days, but if the allocation still shows more or less what's on the screen tonight, imagine it does, what is your process to identify like the no override? How are you going to go through the no override scenario with us?
So as a team, we've been anticipating what the impact of insufficient funding for a proposed budget, or what we might recommend ultimately the final number. Okay, I'll speak honestly. We thought a lot about the proposals that we brought forth tonight. They're not easy decisions for us to make, meaning that they took a lot of thought. We literally went through school by school, line by line. We have harder decisions to make moving forward. And I will say, we're the messengers. We're the messengers. There's only so much funding available, but in the aggregate, it's quite expensive to run the schools as we would like. So we are the messengers of.
Can you explain that, please?
So we're presenting reductions to you. We're the messengers. We're presenting the reductions to you, and then I will say it's a little hard being challenged on the recommendations. And so then it's okay. We still have to go back, and then we still have to find a way to get to the number that will work. So when you ask what the process is, maybe this was we're a new team.
Yeah.
So this was our first effort to, again, try to look at enrollment adjustments and averages and do our best to say this is a reasonable adjustment or correction. And so looking forward, we have other recommendations. I'm going to say with some temerity what it's going to be like when we put them out.
Well, I'm sure, I know, just like no one ever runs for school committee to be in these chairs in this moment, and no one ever is an administrator. This is not great, this is horrible for everyone involved. But I guess my question is, like last year, ultimately, the school committee asked for a slightly larger, like we asked for a slate of things for us to consider that was larger than the gap. And then we went through and talked about them and asked for more information, and we took votes over time. I'm sure you watched it, or at least watched the recordings of it. Are you planning, like, for example, will you be doing something similar to that where you present slightly more and we go through the choices that you put in front of us? Or are you going to put together like a dollar amount to the number and not present more? That's, I guess, what I'm trying to understand of process going forward.
So I think we're hesitating to build that gap number for you and the impact, because I'd rather not have to make a bigger number of reductions. And so even if it goes up $1 million, that's a big difference to us. If it goes up 500,000, it's a big difference to us. And so I just hesitate putting out more reductions than necessary, because every time you do that, it has an impact to whoever was considered holding that position. So there might be some program, like comparable choices among programs that we're thinking about. But I wasn't thinking of giving a larger list because of the impact. And also, it's hard. It's hard. There were 19.7 FTEs, and you've restored 5. What are the implications of that? So I think we will make our best effort to make what we think are the right recommendations. As opposed, I feel in the observation of what happened last year, the whipsawing, and I'm not sure if there are functions that might have been just as critical, didn't have as much airtime. And so you have to think about how that works. Yeah, anyway.
Donna? Thank you. I just want to say, Bella, you sort of have encapsulated what my concerns are with, again, I understand your motion, Mariah, but the reason I would vote no is because I'm uncomfortable carving something out that way and ending up in a situation where we don't know what the impacts are, where we weren't the people doing the work behind the scenes. So I would hate to mandate something when I wasn't the one doing the work. Like I don't know. I won't get into metaphors, but I also do feel like last year was an incredibly painful process, and to have different segments of our school system having to come out and campaign against each other so that their positions are saved is really incredibly painful for the entire community. So I guess all that to say is I appreciate what you just said, Bella. You sort of touched on the things that were worrying me and explained why I would vote no on the motion on the table.
Jesse?
Thank you. First of all, does the wage line in the current proposal include what could come out of union negotiations? Or is it?
We are carrying, we have 6 contracts in negotiations, and we are carrying, oh, sorry, yeah, sorry. Yes, we are negotiating with 6 contracts, and we're carrying funds for that. And that is something actually has been discussed with the school committee.
Okay, the second just observation I wanted to make to follow up on Donna's comment. One of the challenges, I mean, I'll speak personally for me, since last year's very difficult budget cycle, and this one is that essentially all the work gets done outside of the school committee. and then it's presented to us either at a public meeting, which is the right place to, give it to the public and us at the same time. And then we're constrained within a very short period of time, a couple of hours, to try to investigate what's underneath it. Like to Carolyn's point 2 hours back about like, where are the specifics on educational training and conferences and stuff like that, so that we can be more informed. And so I felt last year, I definitely feel this year, that yes, in terms of what you're saying, Bill, as being the messengers, we're the receivers, but we don't really have, I think, all the information we need to make a proper decision. And if we make, I'll be, quite open now, if we tend to make suggestions that go against the current proposal or strategy of the district, it seems like we're trying to be adversarial when we're not. But, even in a corporation setting, a finance team brings the financial information to the board, and the board may say, no, this is not what we want. We can't run our company this way. Ultimately, maybe a CEO or CFO makes a recommendation to the shareholders. And we just, it's troubling to me that we get the information, we get explanations, and then we've got just a very, very short period of time, because we can't wait for another vote. It has to be now, since Sunday's the deadline to get the number to the town. So I'm not, in the future, maybe there's a better process where some of this work that you refer to, Bella, is shared as it's going on, maybe in working teams or with school leaders or something, so that school committee members can participate at some level in reviewing not the final proposed budget, but even reviewing elements within it. And I think that's where we feel somewhat helpless, actually, because we're looking at this massive number. We know that it's potentially unlikely that we'll get it all. The town allocation from 2 weeks ago to now dropped $250,000 from 1990 to 1740, and that was without any explanation. And so we're sort of helpless. So, I mean, I think in terms, if it's actually mandated, as Sarah mentioned at the beginning of the meeting, that we have to provide a proposal to town by Sunday, then let's get a motion that we can get behind and do the vote, please.
Does that mean that you would like us to take the motion, to take the vote from Mariah's motion, so that should it fail, you could then do a different motion? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, let's reread it and then let's vote.
Okay, so I will call the vote. And shall I restate the vote? Or we're all
Yes,
clear?
please. Yes,
right.
please. Maybe Betsy can read it back or something.
Well, this is what I have. The superintendent's proposed FY27 budget is $150,898,826, not including the cost of 5 positions that the school committee wants to restore. I would suggest in parentheses here, we put 4 educational technology specialists and 1 librarian position, just for clarity. So adding that, 5 positions that the school committee wants to restore, parentheses, and the town allocation is currently $144,533,297.
How do you vote, Bob?
Excuse me, does the not including, Betsy, mean that the 5 positions are above or below, or it's ambiguous?
Do you think it's ambiguous, Jesse?
Well, only in the sense that, from my point of view, no, but if I'm voting on it, I'm voting on it because we're going to stay within the 150 million and restore the positions. But I heard a comment earlier about, no, this means we're going to swell up by, I don't know, just round up $500,000. So it's either we're going to 500,000 more, or we're finding $500,000 worth of cuts somewhere to protect, maintain, Mariah, the 5 positions that, I think you and I agree need to be protected. So which is it? That's the question. I don't want to swell it. I want it within the same number that the superintendent proposed.
The motion.
That's not the motion.
But Jesse, those positions are not in the book.
That's
They are
not
not in the
math.
budget book, so it's going to add to it because they're not in the budget book.
Then fine, I'm okay to proceed now that you've clarified that. Thank you.
Can I make one more comment, or do we need to vote? Okay. Well, I have and I think I want to say something that's important to me to say. Sorry.
It's okay, go ahead.
I know, well, it's hard, I know. And somebody said nobody wants to be here. We didn't join school committee to be here. And obviously, ad nauseum, it's terrible. We talked about this in the hallway last week. I mean, I did run for school committee to be because I'm willing to make hard decisions for the public good, because the public schools rely on public support. And I think politically, we need to support the superintendent's budget.
Thank you.
I wasn't asked to vote yet.
Bob, how do you vote?
I'm thinking. I vote no.
Carolyn?
No.
Andy?
No.
Raya?
Yes.
Suzanne?
Yes.
Donna?
No.
Jesse?
Yes.
And I vote yes. But it fails on a tie.
So
Now we need
will you entertain a motion?
I will entertain a motion.
My motion would be for the language as shown on the slide there.
I'll second.
Bob, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Andy, I can't see the
Yes,
screen.
sorry, if I
sorry.
could read it out. The superintendent's proposed fiscal '27 budget is $150,898,826, and the town allocation is currently $144,533,297. The school committee will continue working with the superintendent, select board, and town administrator to align these numbers through identification of additional efficiencies and revenues.
Andy made the motion, Donna seconded. Bob has already voted yes. Carolyn?
Yes.
Andy?
Yes.
Mariah?
Abstain.
Suzanne?
Yes.
Donna?
Yes.
Jesse?
Yes.
And I abstain as well. So it passes. And at this point, we have a superintendent's report? No? That's what we did before? Has she left? Okay.
Sarah, what's next?
I'm sorry, so Bella was just asking if we wanted to, I think that was painful for a lot of us, and so we're just taking a second to breathe and say, do we want to stay? Robin Benoit stayed until this point to present to us on teaching and learning, and so we were just taking a second to decide whether we should go through with that. Yes?
Robin, does this accurately represent how many slides are in your presentation? There's like 4 double-sided pieces of paper here.
What's the subject matter of that?
Teaching and learning update.
Updates on.
Like, how long is this? Is this like an hour presentation? Do you think it's going to be like an hour? I mean, okay,
I would like to hear your presentation.
okay.
Are there any other votes this evening?
There are no other votes, Jesse, if you need to go, and the rest of us are going
Yeah.
to stay for the presentation.
Thank you.
Are we having executive session at the end? Okay.
No.
So, thank you, Robin. Robin, she's going to do an update on the other areas in her department, just to remind everyone, besides the literacy, that there's all these other areas that she's been working on. So here you go.
Okay. Wow. So that's a hard act to follow. But what I would like to say is, as I present this update, this is really an update on the work of our educators and our coordinators and our principals and collaboration between OTL and OSS. So, I have the privilege of really presenting the hard work of many, many people, So I just want to acknowledge that. And when I began to work with the coordinators specifically, all of our coordinators, K-8, K-12, and 9-12, to just kind of consider what should be part of this. And I looked at all that they had to share with me. I really decided to approach it from a place of themes within their work. And I thought that was really important in terms of thinking about not them as separate silos of work that are happening, but really cohesive and coordinated work that's happening across the district, that really is happening across all of our content areas and touch all of our students K through 12. So this first slide it's just a preview of the areas of focus that I will go through. And the other thing is, as we go through each of these slides, I'm going to pull out a few examples, but in every one of these examples, there are more, right? Like there are more specific examples throughout the district. So the first area of focus is really this K-12 coherence. And you heard a little bit about that earlier as we talked about the science review, which we'll talk about again later. But really that building coherence in our program is something we're working towards across disciplines. And so what you'll see as examples in this, slide, Betsy, sorry. What we'll see is there, it really kind of focuses into two buckets of work. Vertical alignment, so that alignment that's happening across different grade spans, and this idea of curriculum consistency, and that's happening across a grade level, across a department, and so we're across a course. So many people teaching the same course to try to build consistency, and this really speaks to consistent and aligned expectations, and it also, ultimately supports our work around building more equitable experiences and opportunities for our students. So again, just some quick examples. Our performing arts is doing department is doing scope and sequence work K-12 in terms of what does music education look like, what is performance arts overall. It changes a little bit as students move from K to 12. I had the great opportunity of attending the 8th grade curriculum night, parent night last night, and going through each of the coordinator presentations along with the parents and hearing, just really how our opportunities expand for our students, even as they move to the high school, but even then within the high school as they matriculate from 9th to 12th. So thinking about what it looks like in kindergarten, and into our middle school and into our high school, and that's a really important lens that our departments are taking. Middle school science assessment development, Emily, as you mentioned earlier, so she's been working particularly with our middle school science teachers, and they've been thinking about a lot of things in terms of their scope and sequence and what is the middle school program for science look like, but also really trying to align themselves around assessment opportunities and assessment practices. So again, that's another theme that's happening. Across the entire high school, in all departments, they are doing scope and sequence work and curriculum articulation work that which they'd be doing anyway, but it's also coming out of our NEASC, our most recent NEASC report. It's like one of the actions that we're working on as a result of that. And that is really happening across the board. And I call out high school science particularly because they are doing work across their, and really I think they're doing it across, but particularly around their first year course. So this really actually belongs in the second bucket, my mistake. But really thinking about across their 9th grade course, what does the alignment and experience look like for kids? And then just thinking about consistency, again, across buildings, our grades 7 and 8 world language teachers. So they had a review in 2023, I believe, if I'm remembering correctly. And so they've been doing work across the middle school, but this year specifically in 7th and 8th. They started with 6 in previous years, moving to 7 and 8. And then, of course, you know, we've heard a lot about, so I'm not going to go into great detail about all of the work that's going into that K-8 literacy work in ELA and the use of high quality instructional materials. So if we go to the next slide. Again, across our departments, we're seeing lots of work in terms of strengthening assessment and reporting. And so again, calling out some specific places. So there's a lot of work happening, again, if we think about at the course level, to have common rubrics and the idea of common measures of learning. And so again, this speaks to, if I'm going to call out the high school specifically, they've been really doing a lot of work in this area to think about if a student is taking a particular course, you know, across multiple teachers, or, you know, like, again, you know, like there are elements that are common, and part of that is assessment. And there, you know, like I think originally part of the driver for that work really came from students and their student voices around really wanting to make sure that assessment looked equitable across the same course. And again, calling out our grade 6 world language. So this is part of that middle school work that arose out of the 2023 review. Our 6th grade world language teachers have been really thinking about proficiency benchmarks. And again, this is happening across all languages, but thinking about what is the experiences for 6th graders, regardless of what language they're taking, and what are we looking at in terms of proficiency. So that's work that they've been digging into. In terms of grading practices, I want to shout out our K-8 physical education teachers that have really been trying to think across, many of them work across more than one school, right? So they really have this lens on being in multiple places in our K-8s and the work that they're doing around trying equitable grading practices, as well as a whole department. And then this last one's a really important piece. I actually heard, this is something as I entered the district and began speaking with coordinators, was a place where this was really the lift of our coordinators at the K. And there's probably greater work around our progress report language and things like that to do with teachers in kind of a, larger long-term work around what our progress reports look like. But this was really making sure that the progress reports that go home to families, and they went home most recently at the mid-year, actually reflect our current curriculum expectations and language aligned across. So they really worked to make sure where are there places we had outdated language or indicators because curriculum had changed, right? Like, so if we're no longer having that same unit of study, ensuring that, what's happening there. And I think, and again, I may misspeak on this, but my understanding was previously kind of in this gap of doing this work, we might have been sending home things to families that said, a little note in the progress report that said, well, not applicable at this time, or this isn't. So we're trying to make sure that we have more accurate communication with our families.
Can I make a comment?
Yeah.
I hope that at some point the progress report, like the next version will get beta tested with some parents to make sure that they're able to glean from it what educators are hoping they can, because I've found it really hard to interpret the progress report. Like, what am I supposed to understand? And it doesn't mean anything to the lay user. So that would just some feedback, right? I think it's such important work, and I'm just excited to think about, as you're thinking about it under practices and communication, how that's going to be received as well, not just transmitted. So thank you.
And that's good feedback for us as we continue to work on this. But knowing that it is something that we're engaged in, and we're thinking about, that is a way that we're communicating with our families, right? The next slide is really the work that was happening that really fell into this this theme of equity, access, and systems of support. So in 2 buckets within that, expanding access and then inclusive systems. So within this, our work around MTSS is work we've been engaged with as a district over multi-years. It's part of our Student Opportunity Act plan, right? It's a goal within that. It's within our district strategic plan. But within, kind of in this bucket, we're thinking about work that it's K-8 math. It's a math PLC focused around a book group of really thinking about. So, yep, I can. Sorry, it's late. It's been a long day, as it has been for all of you. So it is a professional learning community. So this is really currently made up of our 6th through 8 teachers and our math specialists that are participating in a book study about, and rethinking this idea of disability in math, like really kind of digging into it. It also aligns to work that we're trying to do as a district around beginning work around UDL. Universal design for learning. So I'm in edu-speak mode at this point in the evening, I guess. Universal design for learning. So it's really thinking about how we design instruction to support multiple learners across the spectrum, right? Like, so making sure that you have supports in place. And it's really targeted toward our tier 1 instruction in particular. So as we start to dig into some of this more, I'm sure we'll go into it more.
Sorry, what's the book?
The book, I may misquote it, but I think it's Rethinking Disability in Mathematics. The other place where we have done some work is in our FX program at the high school. So this is, and this probably should be on the slide, but formerly the Calculus Project, but we're no longer associated with the Calculus Project as an organization. So this is really that work that we're continuing to do to support the retention and promotion of students within honors and advanced math. Yes.
When we talked about this related to the stipends a couple of weeks ago, we said it was also at the middle school level. It's also, you said to high school right now, but it's both, right? Middle school and
it's
high
really the high school, but there's also this idea of supporting at the 7th and 8th.
The young
really
scholars.
desired to expand there, and particularly with summer programming and support. Another place to call out is within our world languages at the high school. So the Spanish Heritage Pathway, and this is a 2-year, two courses. It's a 1 and a 2, I believe, and it's so really thinking about our Spanish heritage speakers. So students that they have a connection to the Spanish language. Spanish may be spoken at home, but it's really thinking about, so what does a course in Spanish language look like for them? Because their needs might be different in terms of kind of building language from that perspective. And so this was supported originally by the Innovation Fund, and there are a few courses within this that we'll call up that have been supported originally by the Innovation Fund. But that was work they were very proud of.
Sorry, question. I don't know why Spanish was chosen. Is there any thought of doing this with other languages that are largely first languages or heritage languages?
That's a great question. I don't know the answer to that. I think I'd have to dig in more with Rachel, our high school coordinator, to understand. But I think they're relatively new courses. So
yes,
this is right. So a
couple years old. Yeah.
So, and then social studies course accessibility for our ELE students, and so our English language learners. And so this has been collaboration between our social studies coordinators and our ELE director to think about accessibility of materials and practices to support our learners in that way. And then inclusive systems, again, our wellness is really thinking about, as they're thinking about equitable grading practices, they've been thinking a lot about inclusive strategies within their PE and wellness classes, and doing some work there. I know Carlin's very proud of that work that she's been doing with her department. And then, the bigger piece is the MTSS development in partnership with the Office of Student Supports. We had a great morning this morning, actually. So it was a very positive morning working with our team and our partnership with New Teacher Center, and so which is currently funded out of grant funding, that continued partnership, and really starting to think about district-wide, what is a system of support, what is a framework for providing support for students, and really kind of digging into what that means. But we had a really productive morning. So I think both Karen and I left that feeling productive and energized and thoughtful about that work that's happening. Next slide. Okay, so innovation and student engagement. And again, I'm just going to remind everybody that as I'm pulling out examples here, I could probably dig into many more in some of what's going on in our classrooms. So there's some cross-disciplinary learning happening. So there, particularly in I think about it in terms of elective offerings that's happening at BHS. So that's one place that it's happening. Another concentrated place that it's happening is in terms of our K-5. And particularly as we've rolled out, our implementation of Fish Tank, what we're finding is there's a lot of places where we might have overlap just because of the way the program is structured and the books that are being used, and particularly when they, depending on the topic of what's being read, at all grade levels. And so thinking about this is beginning work with our ELA Science and Social Studies coordinators to really kind of look at units. Where is that overlap? Where could we prioritize? To look at our, the order of units or the scope and sequence, or how to capitalize on the work in each content area.
And Fish Tank already has that embedded, right? They
So
have the
Fish Tank
materials
has it embedded, but so for a good example, I can't remember the name of the unit off the top of my head, but I believe it's in first grade. One of our first units in social studies has to do with, the idea of families and communities. And we have a unit later in first grade in ELA that's about families. So it'd be really great if those units happened at the same time and we were ensuring that there was overlap and we could build cohesion, particularly as we start to think about like science and social studies at the K-5 level. And we know, like, if we had one of the things I wish I had all the time in the world, right? And our schedules are tight. And so how do we ensure that we're devoting the time that we need for skill building, but also not shortchanging science and social studies, which tend to, particularly in the early grades, maybe not get as much time because you're needing more time for literacy and math, right? Like there's only so many hours in the school day. And so how can we work together to make sure that we have cross-disciplinary work? We're supporting the work of each other. So that's starting with our coordinators to maybe identify some units or some areas where there's overlap that we may want to bring teachers in for collaboration to kind of really work on those. So we know that there's a piece that we, as we think about the budget or we think about some of that collaborative work where we might need to work with teachers and over the summer, whether it's summer work or places like that, really starting that work to identify it so it's coordinated and strategic, and we think about how we're going to do it. Some other places that we have a forensic science course at the high school. I think it wasn't run for a while and now it's back. So really looking at these authentic applications of learning and they have a performance-based final. Sounds super cool. I wish I took a forensic science. I was a former science teacher. I wish I'd taken a forensic science course in high school, and where they're really analyzing a crime scene and they're having to use the skills that they've learned throughout as part of their assessment within the course. So really thinking about application there. Our Justice in Action course is a disciplinary course, but it's also really kind of digging into it is a cross-disciplinary course between ELA and social studies offered. I think it's primarily juniors and seniors take it. I don't know if it's open to 10th graders, but it's an elective. It's an English elective and a social studies elective. I think you can have it for either. And it's really looking at understanding and examining the American justice system. So, timely for students, engaging, happening in their world. Those are conversations that are happening in the bigger world. And they're exploring it both from a social studies and English perspective. Innovation Fund course also, you are correct. And then We have some field trips and real world experiences that are happening that are across ELA and social studies. A most recent one I can think of, or an example is students going to the Lowell Mills and like learning about that time period and what was it like and what was the life of students. So those getting out, not on this slide, but I also want to shout out is we've had some efforts within our middle school science department to really start to think about the importance of field experiences for students, and some teachers trying that out. And how can we have more of that within our program? And then this last one is really within our visual arts department, because I want to make sure I shout out examples from all of our departments. This is a student course that was really student response driven. So it was a redesign, and it's really on wearable art and apparel design. That I think ninth graders can take this one, if I remember from last night. It's one of the many electives they can take, but it really came out of student interest and something kids were really wanted to think about, designing clothing for themselves. All right, next slide. So this is the curriculum review cycle. So a predictable curriculum review cycle, and this is something that we're in the beginning stages of working on and articulating with, and this is work of myself, Joelle Peterson, our interim senior director of teaching and learning, and our coordinators, is really kind of thinking about a multi-year curriculum review roadmap and also thinking about process. And so using guidance from DESE, using our current policies in the district to really start to think about how do we, number one, as I said, set up a predictable schedule for curriculum review that allows us to kind of think about resources. It also allows us to think about educator capacity and then eventual adoption of, if there are curriculum resources that are adopted on the other side, how we plan for that fiscally so that it's not like everything all at once. I always think about within that, in particular, our elementary teachers and the fact that, as a classroom teacher teaching all content areas, every time we are thinking about curriculum review or having to adopt something new, we want to think about their capacity in particular because they have all of it versus content specialists. And that's really across all areas. So what we've been mapping out is trying to think about not just math, science, ELA, and social studies, but also in terms of where is world language in this process, where is our visual arts, and where is our performing arts in this, as well as SEL. Okay, and so part of when we think about key elements of that cycle, we're thinking about a structured process, that clear plan, a process for piloting and a feedback loop as we're making decisions, and then also thinking about implementation and how do we monitor it. So when we think about implementation, we're thinking not just about the purchase of any resources that might need to happen. We're also thinking about time. We're thinking about professional learning alongside that, right? And then we're also thinking about, as I talked about with the K-5 work that's happening right now with our coordinators, is there cross-department alignment that needs to happen, realignment. So all of these pieces is part of it. And then our next slide, this is our last one. So these are two areas that you've heard about recently. And so this is really thinking about accountability and strategic planning. So I want to call these out because just to give you an update about where we're at. All right, so our DESE district review is coming up at the very end of March. So I presented on that a few weeks ago, more comprehensive report on it. So where we are is in that coordinated document submission. So using the framework that they've given us, making sure that our documents are being submitted. So we're coming to the close of the document submission part of it. Superintendent Wong and I met with our liaisons this week to start to look at a draft of what the district visit will actually look like in late March, and maybe start to and give some feedback on that. So that will still be in planning. And so the closer we get and we have an actual schedule for when school visits will happen, what focus groups will happen, when, how do we invite people to those? And then also preparation for stakeholder communication. So there's, two main groups that we need to communicate with around this is thinking about our larger community, because there is opportunity for a family and caregiver forum that will be held on Zoom. So kind of making them aware of this process and what it is and inviting them to that so that they can register and sign up. And then also communicating with each of our other focus groups from within the district. So school committee is one of those focus groups. I think, so you might want to give some thought to this. I think it has to be one less than a quorum. So in terms of figuring out who attends that. And then also thinking about our educators K-12, particularly because some of them may be asked to join a focus group, and some of them may have their classrooms visited, so they understand what that looks like and when that is, and they're not surprised by that. And then the second piece of work that's really about accountability and strategic planning, if we think about that as the theme, is our vision of a learner work. And I know the curriculum subcommittee heard about that work recently, and we have been engaged with that with the high school. So I've been working closely with the high school on that and their team, and Britt Stevens and John Andrews are leading that work for the larger group. And then where we are in that right now, and really that comes out of NEASC. It's a requirement for us in terms of our NEASC accreditation. But as we've thought about it and been working through it, we're thinking about the importance that the vision for our learners overall and our eventual graduates from Brookline High School are not just the product of Brookline High School. They are a product of our community, from pre-K all the way to 12. And so that feedback is important. So where they are, they've done a lot of work at the high school, some pre-work and kind of engaging their high school educators, because it does start primarily as a high school assignment from NEASC, but they're in the stage of collecting stakeholder feedback. So
it's very exciting.
Yeah.
This is a very exciting moment. I'm surprised you guys haven't heard of it.
Yeah, I was going to say this week, surveys went out to families. So if you have children in the schools, you've received a survey. Those of you on the committee that may not have a child within the school, I have some directions about how to send you a survey link so you can also contribute to that feedback from that perspective. And so really where we're at is getting some feedback around it's really skills and habits of mind and that our learners will have as they launch off into the world, things that we think are critically important. And as we think about that, the implications for it help us and guide us as we're starting to think about what instruction looks like. So, and I always give this example, like if we say our kids need to be critical thinkers, we need to give them opportunities to think critically. It just can't happen when they're seniors. It has to happen. How are we building those muscles across, right? Like, and so we have to be checking ourselves if those are what we say we want for our learners. So this isn't a process that's so much about like exactly which classes are offered or who takes it when or any of those things, but it's trying to think about across all of our courses, what are we trying to build for all of our students? And that, so we're always asking ourselves those questions. And as we started this work, I think this is an important place to think about. We started with having educators think about Generation Beta is being born right now, and they will enter our schools in 5 years. And so as we start to think forward, we need to think not just about the students we have now, but the students we will have. And how do we support their growth in an ever-changing and global society as learners? So I think that's exciting work that we have happening. It's really energizing as we've started to get into these conversations and think about the implications of how it helps us. Again, if I go back to that very first slide about coherence, right? Like how do we, as a K-12 system, think about the educational experience of all of our students and make sure that there is both alignment across, because we are a school system with many schools, alignment across our system in terms of what we're able to offer students, and then also cohesion across our pre-K-12 spectrum. So that's where we're at.
Yeah, so Robin, thank you. I've been asking Robin to do this presentation because you've heard from student services, you've heard from counseling, heard from different areas, and so teaching and learning covers the core program. And again, I am so impressed with what Robin has been able to do. And so you saw that she talked about curriculum, she talked about assessment, innovation, and then sort of forward thinking and also strategic planning. She's done a lot to be, and there's so many great things happening, and you can hear that she's saying, you know, that the work is to tie it all together, vertical alignment, which has not actually been the culture here in Brookline, and so we acknowledge this, and so this is a shift to make sure vertical learning, horizontal continuity. One senior director of teaching and learning. So I think that there have been a lot of good work around curriculum development and assessment and getting people aligned on that. I will say, not having the second senior director, there's more work that we can do about fidelity of supervision and evaluation. So I just want to acknowledge that it continues to be a growth area. But you can't, Robin right now is like the hub for so many different things between the K-8 and that 9-12. I feel like there's really good balance of attention that she's giving across the grade levels, and also that focus on equity and working with OSS. So it's a place I'd rather she focus and get that, but we also acknowledge there's this other area. And so I just want to acknowledge we are not covering everything this year.
Speak to it a little bit. One of you is just like, what is our baseline right now in terms of evaluation? Are we doing 50% of them, 80% of them, 10% of them?
I think it's definitely better, but yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm not speaking to the microphone. I'd have to go in and pull a report. I think it's better.
I think it was really clear from the start that that was our expectation, that everybody was supposed to be fulfilling their responsibilities there and then identifying areas that needed support.
Right.
So it's.
Are you trying to shore up any specific area, for example, ensuring that pre-PTS evaluations are done completely, even if the other ones are?
Right.
Okay, so is that accurate to
I
say
think
you're
that's
focused there?
accurate.
Okay.
And
My principal meetings,
Yeah.
it's actually in my one-on-ones with them, it's the first part of our conversation every time. Like, how are your first years, your second years, your third years, who's on your radar? And then we progress to the veteran staff. So so that's the only way to model it is to do that.
Donna, do you have your hand up?
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, yes, thank you. Thank you so much, Robin. I wanted to ask, when you're talking about vertical alignment, if you can take a minute or two to talk about homework practices, like the alignment across schools. And then also, I think you've talked about this before, because I know I've asked, but about the alignment in math minutes across buildings. What work is happening there?
I think those are both places we probably still have some work to do in making sure that, I know the work has been done over the last year to try to align, but I think that's really some of that scheduling work that we need to do.
We have identified that something. I thought maybe this was something we could fix and it was going to be reflected in the budget. But it will take a bigger effort. So we've always said that it was going to be the focus of for next year. So once the hard work of the budget book is in, we'll keep working on the budget, but we're anticipating spring that we will be able to move toward on some of our other initiatives or just work that needs to be done. But that's part of the looking at the middle school schedule.
And is that also true for homework practices? That'll come down?
Homework practices, we had,
That has not, I will say,
Yeah,
been
we
a
haven't
focal
talked-
area
Right.
of mine, but I think,
Yeah.
again, as we look for coherence.
We'll add it to the list. Yeah.
Right? Like if there hasn't been a practice of alignment, I think as we start to align ourselves more.
I hugely appreciate all of that. I mean, in order to do well at something, you do have to have priorities. You can't do everything right away, right? So that was a great presentation, very uplifting, just really at the core of what's most important. So thank you.
Thanks, Robin.
Yeah, thank you, Robin.
Should I? Yeah?
Budget book, the presentation, there's just.
A lot going on. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm going to ask one really technical question about the survey. It asked for my email and that was required. And I'm never sure when that's part of a survey, whether that means that that shows up. And it's not like there was anything super secretive, but it was like my opinion.
Yeah.
So
I will bring that back to our survey designers and ask about it. So.
I like when it clearly says.
Right, yes, I understand.
Or just lets you do it without it. Thank you.
So for going to work tomorrow and being alert, would it be okay if we skipped subcommittee and liaison reports? Or maybe let me ask it a different way. Who has something extremely important to add into subcommittee reports? Okay.
I'm just going to say one thing.
Yep.
Sorry. Expenditures and revenues is meeting weekly, Wednesdays 2 to 4, and people might be interested in tuning into some of the
That's really
meetings.
helpful that
Yeah.
it's regular now.
Yes, it's like, it's now turned into a regular cadence for the bigger meetings, and it's, I think, interesting conversation because it's starting to go towards structure and form of the recommendation of like what would be recommended to the select board.
Thank you.
I think I think it's regularly the next couple Wednesdays. Yeah, they
And for
don't
new
care about
business?
school vacation.
Well, yeah.
Do we have new business?
I was asking, is there new business?
Yeah.
Bob?
Yes, this will not be long. I just want to note that today is February 12th. It is the birthday of President Abraham Lincoln. And I think that as a school system, as a school committee, we should reflect on his extraordinary leadership during that time. And I would propose that we read the Gettysburg Address, not tonight, but at the beginning of next school committee meeting, because in today's world, I think that address is very compelling. And I think as the leaders of school system, we should read that address at our opening our next school committee meeting. That's what I propose.
I'm not going to react, but we hear you. Thank you. And that adjourns this meeting. Thank you very much.